and abet loss of life.
After consideration of that question, there's going to be resumption of debate on the supply motion that was moved by Finance and National Planning Minister Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane on the 30th of September 2022. The House now resolving to Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023.
And as at now, the House is currently debating the policy contained in the Minister's address. As at yesterday, we had a couple of members of Parliament who did a debate on this particular motion. So expect a lot of other backbenchers to be given opportunity to make contribution to respond to the content of the budget address by the Minister of Finance and National Planning.
And so that's basically what is on the order paper today, Thursday, 6 October 2022. We do expect the Speaker's procession to make its way any time from now, and that will signify the start of business for today. So we have one question for oral answer, understanding order number 76, and of course a resumption of debate on the motion of supply that was moved by the Minister of Finance.
Right, so keep watching and following us on all our platforms. That includes our Facebook page and our YouTube channel, as well as Parliament Radio and Parliament Television on DSTV and GoTV, and of course on your Top Star channel. And we'll continue to bring Parliament closer to you, and the debates come live, like Claudette has indicated. One question for oral answer, understanding order number 76, and motion of supply, continuation of debate. In the picture there, you can see members of Parliament just getting ready for debate, which is just a couple of minutes away from now, and business is expected to resume at just about 14:30 hours.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those good men. Let us, all her people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia,
in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness, has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and a faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make. The announcement is that the House will recall that on Tuesday, 4th October 2022, I directed the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, or in his absence, Her Honor the Vice President, to render the ministerial statement today on the situation at the Kasumbalesa border post following the strike by the truck drivers. The directive was based on the matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shuangandu Parliamentary Constituency. The ministerial statement was scheduled for today, Thursday, 6 October 2022. I wish to inform the House that the statement will instead be issued on Tuesday, 11th October 2022. I thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba, you have a point of order on what?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I pressed some. I was supposed to press for matter of public agency.
Okay, then let's make progress. Matter of urgent public importance. What's the matter, Honorable Member for Nyimba?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think everyone here will agree with me that beginning of, should I say, immediately UPND came into office, they came up with a very brilliant idea when they presented the budget for 2021 budget, the first budget for UPND. There was some very good pronouncement, such of the 25.7 million, which I'm very happy about. Now the problem I have, Madam Speaker, is that we are going into the last quarter of the first budget. In fact, should I say, maybe we've even elapsed the first budget. And the government hasn't come up with a proper procedure to inform us as the nation or as members of parliament, even as CDF committees, how to proceed with the loans. We've got guidelines how to proceed with the bursary, school bursary. We've got procedure how to proceed with empowerment, developmental projects. But my matter of urgent public importance, Madam Speaker, goes to the Minister of Local Government. Why is it that is quite up to today without giving us a direction how to proceed on this matter? That now we have started debating the second budget for UPND. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Kaumba a chance to to issue a matter of urgent public importance. This matter of urgent public importance is directed to the Minister of Transport and Logistics. Madam Speaker, Kaumbe constituency and Eastern Province as a whole, the cheapest and easiest mode of transport is bicycle and motorbikes. The motorbikes and these bicycles, there are several accidents that have happened in the past, and lives has been lost. The most problem is most of them have got no motorbike licenses, and they ride at high speed, and even on curves, they have those accidents that involve motorbikes and motor vehicles. Example, we lost a life in July in Chalokwa village, where a motorbike riding at a high speed on a curve hit direct into a woman, and she died on the spot. And in the same month, a motorbike riding in Mozambique collided with our driver from Wanjawantu, who went to Mozambique, and the motorbike driver died on the spot. In short, we've had deaths happening almost maybe one death per month or something like this due to motorbikes and bicycles. My question is, what measures does the Ministry of Transport and Logistics have? Because most of our roads, of course, they do not have bicycle lanes, neither do they have motorbike lanes. And so it is, even just 2 days ago.
Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, Honorable Member for Lunte. Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, just take your seat briefly. Honorable Member for Lunte, is this a session where you can raise a point of order? You are raising a point of order on who? Let's hear what it is.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me this opportunity to raise this very important point of order based on Standing Orders number 25, found on page 17 of our National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021. Madam Speaker, the standing order upon which I've based this point of order reads, and I quote, days and times of sitting, and that refers to this assembly. The assembly shall sit at 14:30 hours on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and 9 hours on Friday. The assembly shall not sit on public holidays or weekend. Madam Speaker, right now your members are submitting to you matters of public urgent importance, for which you'll be directing honorable ministers to respond, including our honorable Vice President. Madam Speaker, understanding very, very clearly that it is established practice that parliamentary work takes precedence for all members of parliament, are the ministers or the executive in order to allow ministers not to be in the house, to only have 2 ministers out of the total number of ministers, portfolio ministers and provincial ministers? Madam Speaker, the ministers who you'll be directing to answer the honorable members are not here. Why should they not take parliamentary work serious when they know very well that it takes precedence? Even cabinet meeting cannot take precedence over parliamentary work. I seek your very serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm actually surprised that we don't have, the House is not full. We are supposed to be 167 members seated in this house. But when I look to my right, the chairs are empty, especially the immediate right. When I look to my left also, the chairs are empty. So what is happening? Should I interrupt business until the members find themselves in the house? Maybe that's when they will know that we... Maybe the government chief whip can shed some light on why we don't have members on my right and on my left. Even the deputy opposition whip is not here. The other people on the left also will shed light. The Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Madam Speaker, there was an urgent cabinet meeting, and the members, I think, ministers and the Vice President will be here in time.
Okay, then on my left, what is the position?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the whip of the House, I think, was at the SCCA today. So some members have gone to sign police bond for him. Thank you.
So you see now, and our next item will require the minister to render a ministerial statement. So since we don't have, let me just... Anyway, we have big work to do, and I think the people of Zambia sent us here to do some work. So just a reminder to the honorable members who are not in the House, both on my right and left, to ensure that they come to Parliament as stipulated in the standing orders. The date and time of sittings are stipulated. So please, let's ensure that we comply. Parliamentary business takes precedence. Thank you very much. And I can see honorable members and ministers are trooping in. Can we proceed? Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as I was saying, the number of accidents that are happening due to the usage of motorbikes and bicycles are becoming rampant. And it seems the Minister of Transport and Logistics is concentrating more on motor vehicles accidents to do enhancement of the on the accident, mitigation on accidents. Just 2 days ago, in Nyimba, my own family driving to Nyimba had an accident just before Nyimba, 10 kilometers before Nyimba, because of careless driving of a motorbike. This motorbike just entered the road without checking the oncoming traffic, and later found that they don't have any license and also was listening to music. So there are several of these kind of incidences. I seek your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker, on what the Ministry of Transport and Logistics is, what steps are they taking in order to avoid these accidents? I thank you.
Thank you. The next one, the Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your kindness is second to none, and we missed you yesterday. Madam Speaker, I raise on Standing Orders 134, directed at our honor, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, last week we saw videos circulating from Western Province about a traditional ceremony that was cancelled of the Mbunda-speaking people. Madam Speaker, in Kauma district, we have Chief Kahale of the Nkoya-speaking people, who the government has withdrawn state security from, when we know very well that for the past years, he has always been protected by state security, And we want to find out from Her Honor the Vice President, Madam Speaker. People are worried. Life of Chief Kahale of the Ngoya-speaking people is under threat, apparently from the Lozi-speaking people. Madam Speaker, if this matter is not addressed, we may end up with loss of life. I know, Madam Speaker, some minds could be, why is he speaking about Western Province? I was elected by the people of Lumezi, but I'm also a vessel and a message bearer of colleagues from Western Province. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Your kindness, once again, Madam Speaker, is appreciated. I rise on Standing Order 134, and I direct this urgent matter to our Honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, the government of the Republic of Zambia did undertake a national census exercise to establish the number of people in Zambia and establish the economic state of this country. What followed, Madam Speaker, was an extension to the period that was established for the work to be done. Madam Speaker, what has transpired now is that our young people that were recruited to undertake this very noble exercise on behalf of the Republic of Zambia have not been paid in full for the work that they rendered. As I was coming here, Madam Speaker, I was not in a position to respond to the many queries from the constituency and from the many young people that have forwarded communication requesting that government pays our young people for the work that they did. And I'm on record, Madam Speaker, asking the Minister of Finance if resources are available to pay our young people. I was told we can't discuss this matter here. Here we are, Madam Speaker. Our young people are protesting. I have a picture showing the young people at Kaunda Square in Kitwe, which in my view should not be the case. So, Madam Speaker, it's an urgent matter of occurrence. It's a matter that borders on work that was done on behalf of the people of Zambia. And I would request that our Honor the Vice President responds to this very urgent matter to avoid our young people roaming the streets unnecessarily. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Now let me attempt to respond. The matter that has been raised by the Honorable Member for Nyimba, the issue of the procedure that has to be followed following the extension of the CDF, Honorable Member, in terms of loans that are going to be granted to the communities. Honorable Member for Nyimba, I'm sure you have clearly had a look at Standing Order 134 and 135. And I'm sure you have found out that the matter that you have raised does not fall into the criteria that is determined under Standing Order 135. So that matter is not admitted. If the Honorable Member wants to have more answers, you can either ask it tomorrow in Honor the Vice President's question and answer time. Maybe an answer may be provided. The other option is to go to the Minister of Local Government and find out what procedures. But I know that from the budget speech, the Minister was saying the monies will not be recalled. The 25.7, the excess will not be recalled following the end of the year. So that means there is a mechanism that will be advised to ensure that the procedures are followed in the disbursement of that money. So please make a follow-up with the relevant institution or ministry. The one by the Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, accidents because of bikes, motorbikes, and the people have no licenses. Again, Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, I will suggest that you engage the relevant ministry to to look at this, as the matter does not qualify to be raised under the standing order that you have cited. Honorable Member for Lumezi, please be rest assured that yesterday I was here. I was not just sitting, but I was here following everything and heard everything. So I was here. The matter that you have raised about the Mbunda speaking people, I'm Mbunda myself, let me declare interest. But I'm sure the relevant authorities, the Minister of Local Government and is attending to this matter. And we have to comply with our laws when dealing with matters relating to chiefs. So we should not interfere. The Constitution is very clear on what the chiefs can do on their own. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa, again, the issue of the census, people have not been paid. They are demonstrating the source of information, social media. Now, this issue of relying on information through social media, I think is, if we don't approach it with some caution, it's bound to destroy our country. Because people write all sorts of things on social media. Some of them might be true, but most of them are not true. So let's not use social media as a source of information. The people that have not been paid, according to my own reading from the newspaper, I understand that they gave wrong bank details. So if he's giving wrong bank details, why can't they submit the correct ones and then they will be paid, instead of making it a matter of urgent public importance? Let's keep to our lane. Let's ensure that we perform our roles, representation, representing the people of Zambia, oversight on the executive, budgetary processes, that is what we are doing right now, and the legislation. When we find that the government is not doing something, only then can we come and demand that something be done. So all the matters that have been raised have not been admitted. Before we proceed, honorable members, I have a concern over the running commentaries that are always made when the speaker's procession is leaving the house or entering the house. Some of the comments are meant well, some are not done in good, are not meant well. So whatever it is, whether you mean you want to urge or to encourage or to demean or to embarrass the procession or the persons who constitute that procession, please comply with the standing orders. I don't know what you want to achieve by making running commentaries. Those running commentaries are not welcome, and they are in breach of our standing orders. I've urged members to always read the standing orders and go through the standing orders so that we are not in breach, and we keep in the in calling and the demands of this honorable house. The only standing order that is so popular is Standing Order 65. There are so many other standing orders. And for this purpose, let me just read the standing orders that I'm referring to, because this should be a final warning to honorable members. As the procession leaves and enters the house, any honorable member who is going to run a commentary will be excluded from the sitting of the house, and for that day, they will be deemed not to have participated. To go and reflect and maybe have time to read through the standing orders. So I'm reading this, and from today onward, let it be a final warning. Let me even wear my specs. So 204, Parliamentary Decorum and Etiquette. Parliamentary decorum and etiquette refers to an essential standard of behavior that a member must observe in the House in order to maintain the dignity and decency of the House. 2. A member shall observe the following rules of parliamentary etiquette. And I'll go directly to 2C. A member who enters the chamber, or first of all, B, sorry. A member shall stop any conversation and rise in his or her place as soon as the speaker's procession enters the chamber. C. A member who enters the chamber when the speaker's procession is entering shall stand silently in the gangway until the speaker has taken the chair. After adjournment, the House, that's D, after adjournment of the House, a member shall remain standing in his or her place until the last person on the Speaker's procession has completely left the chamber. So those are the 3 cardinal standing orders that I'm requesting members to adhere to. I'm sure it's loud and clear that next week, starting from today as we adjourn, if any member makes a running commentary, whether it's to encourage, to embarrass, or to inspire the procession, it will not be allowed, and that particular member will be deemed, if we are adjourning for the next day, they will not be allowed to sit in the House, and all the allowances will not be given to that particular member. If it's when entering for that particular day, that member will be excluded from the House. I'm sure I've made myself clear. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am grateful to be accorded this opportunity to inform this august House, and through this House, the nation at large, on the progress made on the establishment of aquaculture parks in Zambia. Honorable members, we will recall that His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, has emphasized on the need to promote aquaculture development. This is an effort to reduce the country's fish deficit of about 70,000 metric tons per year. It is also aimed at promoting job and wealth creation, especially for our women and youths. Madam Speaker, the fish deficit in Zambia has been attributed to the decline in the capture fisheries over the past 2 decades. This has been caused by increase in illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing, coupled with an increased demand for the fish due to the growth in the human population and high presence of white meat in the country. To promote aquaculture development, the government developed the National Aquaculture Strategy in 2006, which was followed by the National Aquaculture Development Plan in 2014. These strategies provided the strategic direction for aquaculture development in the following areas. 1, enhancing the supply of quality fingerlings. 2, enhancing the quality of fish feed. 3, improving access to affordable finance and provision of effective extension services. Madam Speaker, the strategies also identified aquaculture high potential zone in southern, northern, Lusaka, northwestern, Luapula province. 4 districts, namely Kafiwe, Kasempa, Samfya, Mungwi, were identified as areas with high aquaculture potential
were therefore earmarked as areas for establishing aquaculture parks in Zambia. Madam Speaker, this august House and indeed the nation may wish to note that aquaculture parks are established as a way of stimulating growth of aquaculture within the specific areas by bringing prerequisite services closer to the prospective fish farmers and other players along the aquaculture value chain. By establishing aquaculture parks in areas of high aquaculture potential, it is government's hope that people in these sites will take advantage of the service and begin to practice aquaculture. In this way, fish production is increased, leading to a reduction in the national fish deficit. This will in turn increase food and nutrition security. Incomes for fish and farmers will promote aquaculture development. Madam Speaker, to actualize this initiative, the government formulated Zambia Aquaculture Enterprise Development Project, which is supported by Africa Development Bank through a US $50 million facility. The House may wish to note that part of this facility has been used for establishing 5 aquaculture parks in the areas of high aquaculture potential. Madam Speaker, allow me now to report to this august House the progress that has been made in establishing aquaculture parks in the 5 areas that were identified under Zambia Aquaculture Enterprise Development Project. 1. Mungwi Aquaculture Park. Madam Speaker, the first construction site of an aquaculture park was in Mungwi district. The construction works constitutes an extension office block, 10 medium houses, feeder roads, and electricity connections at a total cost of 23.8 million. The contract was awarded to Sachitari Constructors Limited. The works on the site commenced on the 19th February 2021, and the construction is now at 65% complete. Payments amounting to 11.8 million have been made to the contractor thus far. To promote private sector participation, the government will partner with the private sector in these aquaculture parks, and the private sector is expected to provide the following services. 1, establishing of feed plant. 2, hatchery. And 3, provision of input supply. Government, on the other hand, will support aquaculture farmers with extension services. Number 2, Madam Speaker, Zambia Aquaculture Park. Zambia has 2 sites. At Site 1, the works include extension office block and 10 medium houses, and to date, only 45% of the works have been completed. The total cost of the project is 25 million, and the contractor, Savenda Management Service Limited, has been advanced a sum of 1.5 million. The contract for the Site 2 was awarded to Sanche Construction Limited at a total cost of 30.5 million, and the works commenced in August 2021. The works include hatchery and fish ponds, metal fabrication plant, feed plant, and cold chain facility. The physical work progress is at 45% complete. The sum of 7.6 million has been paid to date. Madam Speaker, number 3, Kafiwe Aquaculture Park. The construction works in Kafiwe include extension office block, cold storage, one high cost
and 9 medium houses and 2.7 kilometers access roads. The contract was awarded to Kaje Construction, Zambia Limited, at a cost of 26 million. Currently, Madam Speaker, 40% of the works have been completed, costing 14.6 million. Number 4, Madam Speaker, Mushindamo Aquaculture Park. The works at Mushindamo Aquaculture Park include construction of feed plant, cold chain facility, 6 medium house, hatchery, fish ponds, extension block, and access roads and access road costing 19.9 million. The contract was awarded to Node Enterprise, who has completed 65% of the works at a cost of 2.3 million. Number 5, Madam Speaker, is Kasempa Aquaculture Park. Lastly but not the least, Kasempa Aquaculture Park, whose works include 4 medium coast houses, 1 high coast house, access road, and cold chain facility at a cost of 24.3 million. The contract was awarded to M&N Industrial Merchants Limited and has completed 90% of the works at a cost of 17.4 million. Way forward, Madam Speaker, the New Dawn government is aware of the benefits that aquaculture parks will provide for the people in Mungwi, Kasempa, Kafiwe, so that benefits can accrue to the intended beneficiaries. In the last year, we have done the following, Madam Speaker. We have held meetings with the contractors, and all the contractors are on site. Number 2, what we have done, Madam Speaker, we have engaged all the contractors to speed up the construction works in line with their contract terms and conditions. Also, Madam Speaker, all the contracts have been renegotiated and are valid until 2023. Construction works are progressing well so far, and we want to see now that not bushes, but buildings, and we will construct fish ponds as soon as we can, Madam Speaker. As a minister in charge, I will not allow these projects to be white elephants, but we will ensure that completion and the handover to the community is done. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before I stop the clock, before I called on the minister to make the ministerial statement, there was an indication for a request for a point of order by the Honorable Member for Solwezi East. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a point of order pursuant to our standing orders on privileges of members of the House.
Proceed, Honorable Member. What's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our standing orders number 131, part 7, 132, admissibility of a point of order, Madam Speaker. I just read one part of it. It says, a point of order may be admissible if it is raised in a civil language. And also 202, privilege of members. 1, parliamentary privilege refers to certain rights, powers, and immunities enjoyed by the House and its committees collectively and by the members individually, and without which the House cannot discharge its functions effectively and efficiently. Madam Speaker, Also read together with 203, a member's conduct. 1. A member shall at all times conduct himself or herself in a manner that upholds the dignity, integrity, and decorum of the House. A member shall not act in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute. Madam Speaker, the last part of it, 204, states that parliamentary decorum and etiquette refers to the essential standard of behavior that a member shall observe in the House in order to maintain the dignity and decency of the House. Madam Speaker, I stand here as a third person. Medically, we say any statement that somebody, says to you and it emotionally affects you, it is called an insult. Madam Speaker, we stand here seated as your members on the right. We have received a lot of calls regarding what happened from the member of Lumezi yesterday, insulting us. And it is in the public domain, Madam Speaker, and evidence can be laid on the table about the insult that he uttered to the members on your right. And today, Madam Speaker, is seated comfortably there, whilst we are in pain, in shame, wearing the coat of the smell of the insult that he passed on us. And out there, the members of the public are now calling us. And here we are seated. Madam Speaker, is he in order to sit there and start enjoying the procession of the House whilst the public is actually looking at us in a shameful way? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the point of order, but for the guidance of the Honorable Member for Solwezi East, there is already a complaint on that matter, so it's being handled. So I don't know whether making more points of order on the same matter will change, but there's already a complaint that has been submitted in writing. And because the point of order that you've raised was not raised yesterday, the proper procedure was to do a letter of complaint to the Speaker's office. And some members have already written, so the matter is being attended to. So we leave it at that until an appropriate ruling is delivered, which I hope will be done soon. Tomorrow, actually. So the members, let's make progress. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. And since the ministerial statement has taken almost 10 minutes, we'll add 10 minutes back to the time so that the members can ask questions. We start with the Honorable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to give me this opportunity on behalf of my people of Chipidi, because I'm very, very interested in one of the areas that he has mentioned. I just wanted to find out whether all these contractors that you have mentioned have been funded so that they meet your time frame. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Livestock and Fisheries. Fisheries and Livestock, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your question. Like I stated in my statement, that all the contractors were engaged and we had to sit down with them to negotiate and to make sure that they are back on the site to complete the works. So everything has been put in order for the contractors. That's the more reason why I've even assured you that all these contractors are back to the site, meaning all their due payments have been made. All what is remaining is
the money for the works which is still pending. So I can assure you everything is in a nice pipeline for the work to be completed.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kafue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've taken note of the response by the Minister. I don't know whether he is able to shed some further light, because in the case of Kafue, naturally, which I got interested in, the contractor had been paid more than 50% of his contract amount, while the work was lagging at only 40%. I was wondering why this is the case, because usually the normal thing would be that the money is not there, and therefore that is why the work has not moved. But in this case, the funding was well over 50% of the total contract sum. Why was this the case? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Kafue. Like I stated, Honorable Madam Speaker, that we had to call all these contractors to discuss, to see the lapses that were created from the time the contracts were signed. So the contractor who is in your constituents also was part and parcel of that engagement. And we have discussed and agreed that we will proceed before any payment is done. We will proceed to do the remaining percentages. And actually, as a ministry, Honorable Member, through you, Madam Speaker, we are also not happy at looking at the space these contractors were doing their works in all the 5 aquaculture parks that I've mentioned. But we are equal to task to make sure that together as a team from the ministry, we are monitoring what is happening going forward.
Thank you. Before we proceed, Honorable Member for Milanzi, you have a point of order. I was actually looking at you and wondering whether you pressed. You have a point of order. It was an.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, I thought as much. Okay, thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the Minister of Livestock and Fisheries for that report that he's provided to the public. I remember, Madam Speaker, that when this project started, it had 2 components, the banks, which are the parks, as well as a component for empowering those that want to venture into fish farming. I note from the report that the Minister has not indicated the issue pertaining to the other component. He only mentioned the aqua parks under the $50 million project. And I do recall that your predecessor did initiate this very wonderful project that was funded by donors. So I wanted to find out, Madam Speaker, is the Minister able to report how many Zambians have benefited from this project in as far as funding to undertake fish farming? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kamfinsa. Madam Speaker, the statement that I was giving to this August House is about aquaculture parks. I did not give the statement concerning other components that the African World Bank were helping this government to empower our citizens. But, however, the honorable member, if he wants to understand the other component of empowering our citizens in terms of investing in aquaculture, is most welcome to come to the office and we can share the details. But I want also to assure him that as a ministry, this program is there. We have got the beneficiaries that have benefited from, the same component you are just talking about. Madam Speaker, if now the honorable member wishes to know the details and the numbers of how many have benefited in the component of aquaculture as farmers, he is most welcome to come to the office. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was carefully listening to the ministerial statement, even though the minister has lost me in some places when he referred to particularly Mufu, is it the one in Northwestern Province, Mushindamo. He mentioned that the works are at 60%. The contract should be valued about 17 million. The 60% of the works done, amounts to 2 million kwacha. And I'm here wondering whether the rest of the 35% is what amounts to the rest of the contract sum. So I'm lost there. But I want to find out, Madam Speaker, because from the presentation of the minister, it looks like this is a contract that was almost given at the same time. Yet we are told from the ministerial statement that there are some contractors who are already at 90%, while others are as far below as 45%. Doesn't this look like an issue of a contractor failing to meet a prescribed deadline for them to execute this job? And in which case, doesn't it amount to, or rather doesn't it give government the opportunity to terminate these contracts? Because I don't think there's issues of money here.
Order. May somebody take the phone from the Honorable Member for Rumezi? We are not supposed to be on our phones. Keep it until the end of the session. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I just want to find out from the minister, doesn't this now call or give you authority, because it looks like the contractors have failed you on time management, because the other contractor is already at 90%, and we know that this contract is fully funded and issues of financing should not be a problem. That in most cases is what necessitates or allows contractors to play around with time, to execute the contracts. I just want to find out if there's no abrogations of the contract, by way of them failing to meet the agreed execution time. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, we have also observed that the space at which these contractors were implementing the works in these different sites that I have just mentioned. Whatever, but I'm using simple English to make sure that you understand. Madam Speaker, we have also realized that our contractors did not satisfy us in terms of doing their works. Hence, there was disengagement because they were within the terms of their contract, but the works which they have done so far did not satisfy us as government. Hence, we engaged them and agreed that going forward, they will not work the way they were working. Remember, these are the contracts that are coming from the previous regime. You know how these contracts were being awarded and even the type of arrangements that were put in place. So our jobs, as we have come in, is to make sure that we correct the mess that was there. And we want to make sure that going forward, we achieve the objectives of these aquaculture parks that are supposed to benefit our communities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. But Honorable Minister, the word mess is, can you find a better word?
Madam Speaker, let me replace the word mess by the confusion which was created with our colleagues by that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, also as we debate, let's debate in the third person. When you say you are referring to the presiding officer. So let's use they or he, but definitely not you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You have alluded to the fact that you are a responsible minister and you would never and would want to see these projects turning into a white elephant. Honorable Minister, as a ministry, have you put in a time frame as to when you would want all these projects to be completed and as to when you would want to hand them over to the beneficiaries so that the 70,000 metric tons deficit of fish that you're talking about can start having a reduced negative impact? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for your question. Madam Speaker, as I stated in my ministerial statement that by 2023, we have to hand over these projects to the communities. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I think the Minister should correct the word African World Bank, just for the records of the Hansards, so that we know which bank he was referring to. And my question to the Minister is on the two sites in Zambia. Honorable Minister, you said the contractor there is Savenda, and the money was advanced to them. And on the other side, it is Sunshare. But on these two, you did not indicate to us the percentage of works that have been done and the completion period. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. And also, please, Honorable Minister, correct the name of the bank. What is the correct name of the bank?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the Zambia Aquaculture Park, Madam Speaker, I said there are two sites, and the first site is under Savenda, and the other site is under Sanche. These are the two contractors that are in Zambia. And in terms of the works percentages for the first site is, as I said, 45%, Madam Speaker. And also, Madam Speaker, Sanche, also I stated that 45%. That's what is on my statement. So the issue of saying when, you didn't hear when are they going to complete the project. It is the same because all the contractors were called. And we told them that by 2023, first quarter, we need to hand over these projects to the communities. I think no contractor has been given a different date to complete the works. All of them, we agreed the same dates or the same period. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The name of the bank? Is it African Development Bank or which one?
Madam Speaker, the bank is African World Bank. Development Bank, I mean. So, Madam Speaker, this is the cooperating partner that has come on board to support us in aquaculture.
Thank you.
Maybe for the sake of clarity again, Madam Speaker, African Development Bank.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I think we have heard you clearly indicating that the projects will be done all by mid next year. Now, Minister, may I know the legal mechanisms you have put in place to ensure that the defaulters, those who not manage to complete the project, will be actually, what measures have you put in place to ensure that they actually face sanctions after that I submit?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for that question. And thank you very much, Honorable Member. First of all, Madam Speaker, every contract has got conditions that are signed in that contract. So the consequences of those who are going to default, those who are going to fail, actually are stated in the contract. And they will receive their punishment accordingly. With the new Dawn government, Madam Speaker, we don't really tolerate people who are sabotaging the safe delivery the people are supposed to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lupososhi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you stated that the money available for the aquaculture parks is $50 million. For Mungu, you stated it's 23.8, and you ended there. Zambia, you said site 1, 25 million. Site 2, 30 million. Kafue, 26 million. In what currency were these contracts awarded? Is it in dollar or kwacha? Because if it is in dollar, then it is beyond $50 million. So kindly categorically state in what currency were these contracts awarded to the contractors. I thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Madam Speaker, the figures I was giving here, I was giving them in kwacha. This is what I was saying. I was saying 14.6 million kwacha. I was saying 30.5 million kwacha. So that is the currency I was using. It's kwacha.
Honorable members, let's pay attention when the ministerial statement is being delivered so that we don't waste precious time. The Honorable Member for Iteshtesh.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Minister, for the ministerial statement. I want to seek credit from the Minister whether this project, is it a pilot project or it's a project that has come to stay? If so, what is the plan for expansion? Because I'm looking at some of the other areas that are really facing a potential of fish depression. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Iteshtesh. Madam Speaker, this program is a strategy of the new Dawn government to make sure that we start solving challenges that are facing the deficit that is in the country in terms of fishery industry. So to those areas which are not budgeted for in this round, I can still assure you that the new Dawn government do have good ideas to expand to the potential areas that are still remaining, such as Iteshtesh. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, riding on the question for Honorable Member for Iteshtesh, are you able to state which other potential areas you would like to embark on after completing these areas that you are working on? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Madam Speaker, I've just said that potential areas that we have in this country, this is where we extend the expansion of aquaculture parks. As at now here, I'm not in the position to list down all of them for the Honorable Member to know. Thank you very much. But just know that if where you are coming, there's potential of investing in aquaculture park, definitely the New Dawn government will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've been to Sinazongwe, and I do know you appreciate the volume of water which is in Lake Kariba. Now, what I wanted to find out from you, I know you've attempted to answer Honorable Member for Iteji and also Mokoshi. Now, what I wanted to find out from you was the criteria that was used in identifying the first places that you did mention under your fish parks. I wanted to know the criteria that you used. If it was not water alone, because I felt Sinazongwe should have been given the first priority. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. I think the Honorable Member is aware that where are we coming from and where are we going. I think those dynamics, Honorable Members, you understand them. The only assurance that I can give you now is that the New Dawn government has a focused vision that will make sure that when it comes to empower our people, it will use the barometer of equity. So, Sinazongwe, I'm very much aware that is one of the areas in this country which has got the potential. But that is water under the bridge for what happened in the past. But I can guarantee you that I can guarantee you, Honorable Member, that we are committed to make sure that areas like Sinazongwe are also brought on board to benefit from these projects, to make sure that the issue of fish deficit in this country is addressed. But we will not dwell on the past wrongs, but we will make sure we correct the situation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bangweru.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Lunte, you know our rules procedure. If you want to indicate point of order, that's why we have these gadgets. You don't just stand. There is a gadget. Use the gadgets that are there, because there you are indicating that you want to ask a question. The Honorable Member for Bangweru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question. Before the project was undertaken, this House was informed that African Development Bank did a feasibility study, and according to the comparative advantage, that is the criteria that was used, Minister. Maybe, Madam Speaker, before I ask a question on a lighter note, the Minister can see me during break to provide more information to him, especially on the other components of the project, according to Honorable Kangombe's question. My question now, Madam Speaker. Minister, you did say that along the way, you renegotiated the project. From the start, the project has always been $50 million. Now, when you renegotiated it to how much? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable members, there is not them and us, or them and they are. We are all one. If information is supposed to be provided, either side can seek or provide information. So let's work as a family. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member was asking to say I should see him outside for more information. There's no information he has. Because if he had the information as he's portraying, they would have corrected this confusion, because they were in charge. It takes us to make sure that these contractors
are given the roadmap which is going to benefit our citizens. They were there. That's why this confusion. That's why these people, the honorable was complaining that the projects are not done. So, honorable member, this office has got the information on how you brought confusion in this country where contracts are concerned. Now, Madam Speaker, the negotiation that the honorable member is asking to say how much, we were negotiating with them to make sure that we agree on the roadmap to complete these projects in time. We did not negotiate on the monies. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Lunte, what's the point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order is based on Standing Order number 70. Madam Speaker, question for oral answer is provided for in our standing orders. It is one way in which your members keep the executive to account, Madam Speaker. And when your members are given an opportunity by yourself to clarify, your members are not playing. They are seeking clarifications. My honorable colleague from Sinazongwe asked the minister a very simple question. What was the criteria used to select the points where you did the projects if it wasn't water? The minister just went at sea, losing you, losing us and the country at large. Is the minister in order to start talking about creating a mess, where we are coming from, when the question is simply about the criteria that was used? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling on the matter.
Thank you. When you say that you went at sea, I thought sea means water. So maybe just by way of guidance, honorable ministers, when you ask questions, try to answer within the context of the question so that you provide the honorable members with the information which they can use to advise the people they represent. The honorable member for Chembe. Oh, who was asking?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know this is a very important matter, but my question has been overtaken by my honorable member for Itezi. But Minister, just put on record that Chembe has got plenty of water bodies, so I need to be considered. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Livestock and Fisheries and Livestock, reassurance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I really agree with you. That's why I'm saying that going forward, we'll make sure that all our potential areas are considered in this project. And I can assure you that we will come to Chembe to make sure that our people there are also empowered by putting up these aquaculture parks in those areas in order to find solutions to the deficit in the fish industry. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Zambia spends in excess of 3 billion kwacha on fish imports to offset the national deficit. The Honorable Minister and the statement, which is commendable, the aquaculture parks are welcome. Honorable Minister, aquaculture production increase is due to Niloticus and not the local tilapia species. And there's also a lot of science to prove and a lot of evidence to prove that countries that have seen a rise in aquaculture production, tilapia production, have done so not as a result of local tilapia, but the tilapia, the Niloticus tilapia, which generates massive increase in food production around the world. The fear from the people of country, Honorable Minister, is that we are doing the same things and expecting different results. We are getting these loans, but we are spending these loans and promoting unprofitable fish species. This is clearly a major concern for those of us from Kanchivia with so many water bodies. I want to ask the Honorable Minister, is there a willingness on the part of government to revisit a policy which is discriminatory in nature, where hybrid tilapia was only restricted to 3 provinces and 7 provinces are not allowed to grow Niloticus tilapia on account of the environment, when we have got all these hybrids that we've allowed chickens, goats hybrids, and they affect the environment one or another. So I want to ask the Honorable Minister, is there a willingness by government to revisit this 10-year or 11-year-old ban imposed on hybrid tilapia? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Kanchivia. Indeed, Honorable Madam Speaker, research are on in terms of the species that we are supposed to be restocking, and I'm sure arising from the research that are on, we'll be able to advise our good people of Kanchivia how we are going to proceed in terms of the species they're supposed to restock. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We can make progress. But maybe before we make progress, okay, let's say, I've permitted the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank you for giving me this opportunity to inform the nation through this August House on the planned activities for improving access to water through construction of water infrastructure for rural communities in the 2022 fiscal year. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation is responsible for the management and development of water resources, as well as provision of water supply and sanitation services in the country. The ministry is implementing the National Rural and Urban Water Supply and Sanitation programs, whose main objective is to improve livelihood and public health for the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that the country is still facing a number of challenges in terms of access to clean and safe water. According to the Zambia Demographic and Health Survey report, access to improved sources of water stands at 72% of the households, of which 92% are in urban and 58% in rural areas. With regards to access to sanitation facilities, the disparity is even worse in that while access to improved sanitation stands at 54% of the households at national level, 78% are in urban and 37% in rural areas. This clearly shows the wide inequality in terms of accessibility between urban and rural areas. The wide inequality is attributed to inadequate investment in water supply and sanitation infrastructure, especially in the rural parts of our country. To address this situation, Madam Speaker, government through my ministry with support from cooperating partners, is implementing various interventions aimed at improving access to water supply and sanitation services in the country. In this regard, the ministry, in the 2022 budget, provided for the construction of 1,350 boreholes and 80 solar-powered small-piped water schemes in all our 10 provinces. So far, procurement of 972 boreholes has been completed and contracts awarded to various contractors. Madam Speaker, the distribution of the 972 boreholes by province, contractor, and amounts are as follows. Western Province, we have a contractor by the name of Zambezi Drilling and Exploration Limited to drill a total number of 10 boreholes at a cost of 1,566,251 kwacha 72 ngwe. Southern Province, Fine Corp Zambia Limited, 60 boreholes at a cost of 4,721,896 kwacha. Southern Province, again, we have two lots there. We have a company called Dipe Company to drill under this lot 65 boreholes at a cost of 5,729,170 kwacha 40 ngwe. Eastern Province, there again we have two lots. We have a company called Sunshine Boreholes Zambia to drill 85 boreholes at a cost of 4,807,823 kwacha. For the next lot under Eastern Province, Madam Speaker, we have Nchanga South Enterprise to drill 100 boreholes at a cost of 4,866,246 kwacha 40 ngwe. We move to Central Province, where again we have two lots there. And the companies there are ML Drilling and Exploration to drill 60 boreholes at a cost of 3,820,000 kwacha. Again, under Central Province, the next lot, we have Orbit Drilling and Explorations to drill 60 boreholes at a cost of 3.8 million kwacha. Lusaka Province, we have two lots there, Madam Speaker, and again we have two companies, United Drilling Exploration to drill 30 boreholes at a cost of 2.4 million kwacha. Again, under Lusaka, we have Simplex Drilling and Construction Limited to drill 30 boreholes at a cost of 2.4 million kwacha. Luapula, Madam Speaker, we have two lots given to two different companies. These are Sweet Waters Drilling to drill 50 boreholes at a cost of slightly above 3 million kwacha. Again, under Luapula, the next lot, we have Alfrech Investment Limited to drill 73 boreholes at a cost of slightly over 5 million kwacha. Madam Speaker, Northern Province. There we have two lots, again given to two different companies. Alfrech Investment to drill 60 boreholes at a cost of slightly over 4.6 million kwacha. Then Northern Province again, we have Sunshine Borehole Drilling Zambia to to drill 75 boreholes at 4.6 million kwacha. Muchinga Province. Madam Speaker, here we have 2 lots again given to one company, DIPE company, to drill 45 boreholes at a cost of 3.7 million kwacha. Again, DIPE company to drill 59 boreholes at a cost of 4.7 million kwacha. Northwestern Province. Here we have 2 lots again given to Ganshu Corporation Engineering to undertake the works on both lots under Northwestern Province, and the first lot has 50 boreholes at a cost of 4.2 million kwacha, and the second lot under Northwestern Province has 60 boreholes to be drilled at a cost of 4.9 million kwacha. Madam Speaker, this marks the total number of 972 boreholes to be drilled. And the total cost of these works are 69,185,727 kwacha 12 ngwe. Madam Speaker, once the 972 boreholes have been constructed, it is envisaged that about 243,000 people will benefit in terms of access to clean and safe water. Further, you may wish to know that the construction of the 80 small piped water schemes is under procurement process. The process is still ongoing. Once the 80 small piped water schemes have been constructed, it is anticipated that over 40,000 people will benefit through access to clean and safe water. Madam Speaker, with regards to the 80 small piped water schemes that are earmarked for construction, the distribution by province is as follows. Central Province has been allocated 11 piped water schemes. Copper Belt, 7. Eastern Province, 9. Luapula, 10. Lusaka, 7. Muchinga, 8. Northern Province, 9. Northwestern, 9. Southern Province, 8. Western Province, 2. And this brings the total of the piped water schemes to 80. Furthermore, my ministry, with support from cooperating partners, is implementing a number of water supply and sanitation projects in rural areas. Some of the notable projects, Madam Speaker, include the Transforming Rural Livelihoods in Western Zambia, which involves drilling of 2,100 boreholes and 10 solar-powered medium-piped water schemes to improve access to water among rural communities. Once completed, the boreholes and the piped water schemes are expected to benefit around 525,000 people and 15,000 people respectively through improved access to clean and safe water. Madam Speaker, government is also implementing water sanitation and hygiene wash project in refugee settlements and host communities in Inchelenge, Kaoma, Lusaka districts with support from the German government through UNICEF. This involves the construction of over 300 boreholes and 16 solar-powered medium-piped water schemes, which are expected to benefit around 75,000 people and 16,000 people respectively. This August House may wish to note that the ministry is undertaking borehole rehabilitation countrywide to accelerate universal access to clean and safe water and improve the livelihood of our people. Madam Speaker, further, the ministry planned to rehabilitate 5 small dams for multi-purpose use, which include irrigation, fish farming, and animal watering, among others. These dams, Madam Speaker, are being rehabilitated at a total cost of 23,320,500 and 19 kwacha 1 ngwe. The distribution and cost of these dams is as follows. Mitukutuku, Solwezi, Northwestern Province, 3,943,004 kwacha 73 ngwe. Akansokoshi. Madam Speaker, these are names from Northern Province, very difficult to pronounce, but Akansokoshi. Luwingu Northern, 724,431.20 ngwe. Singonya, Monze Southern Province, 4,984,683 kwacha 0.71 ngwe. Siazuela, Sinazongwe Southern Province, we have 4,032,697 kwacha 0.28 ngwe. Mwase, Lundazi Eastern Province, 6,635,702 kwacha 0.09 ngwe, giving us a grand total, which I alluded to earlier, of 23,320,519 kwacha 0.01 ngwe. Madam Speaker, the dams were selected based on the assessment that was undertaken considering the required works as well as the available resources. You may further wish to know that the ministry has been undertaking countrywide assessment of dams to establish the status and location for planning purposes. So far, 4 provinces have been covered and the exercise is still ongoing. Madam Speaker, the rehabilitation of these dams is being undertaken by the Zambia National Service through an agreement that was signed in August 2022. This, you may wish to further note that the rehabilitation works commenced in September 2022 and are expected to be completed in December this year. The rehabilitation of the dams is expected to restore and prolong the lifespan of the dams and continue to provide the much needed water to help sustain various livelihood activities derived from the use of water, such as livestock, watering, gardening, fishing, as well as water for domestic use. Once completed, the rehabilitated dams are expected to benefit over 21,000 people through their various livelihood activities. Madam Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to state here that the New Dawn government, and indeed the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, recognizes and appreciates the cooperation and support various stakeholders, including the members of parliament, both from your right and your left, have continued to render to the ministry and to our citizens through water resources development, water supply and sanitation services. The ministry will continue to strengthen its collaboration with cooperating partners and the various stakeholders in our quest to improve access to clean and safe water and sanitation services in our country. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I wish to encourage honorable members of parliament to continue sensitizing our people in the various constituencies on the importance of taking ownership and safeguarding the water and sanitation infrastructure, which the government is putting up in different parts of the country at a great cost. I wish also to take this opportunity to appeal to the honorable members of parliament to prioritize water and sanitation projects using the Constituency Development Fund, as this is fundamental to human and social development of our country. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Thank you. We'll add another 10 minutes since the honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the statement that has been given by the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and welcome back. Honorable Minister, just as a matter of clarity, why does Western Province seem to have the list of, first of all, boreholes and small water projects, 10, I think, and 2 why does this seem to be the case when it appears that it's the province with the most demand for boreholes and small water projects? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Nalolo for that very good question. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that I did indicate in my statement that the selection and the allocation of these boreholes and the piped water schemes were carefully done to also strike a balance. Western Province is currently having a number of water projects, ongoing water projects, and I did allude to the boreholes that are being drilled under the project known as Transforming Rural Livelihoods in Western Zambia, which is Western Province. So there are quite a number of boreholes that are being drilled there and the piped water schemes. So when we were planning for the 2022 allocations, we took into account that Western Province has already ongoing projects involving the drilling of boreholes and the piped water schemes. So that's what necessitated the lower allocation. So this, Madam Speaker, is just to ensure that we equitably share the allocations of these resources in all the provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, permit me first to appeal to the Minister that as you are distributing these balls, I've seen Eastern Province you have given us 100 and that two lots 185. And Nyimba constituents being the biggest constituency in the Eastern Province and being the constituency which is forgotten by all governments, not only UPND, but all successive government. My appeal is that please consider us. We are also Zambians. Thank you. Now, my question to you, Minister, when will this project start? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank the Member of Parliament for Nyimba for that question. Madam Speaker, in terms of when the projects will start, I want to confirm that in terms of the contracts for drilling of boreholes, contracts have already been awarded, and it is desirable that the contractors should be in your various provinces, in our various provinces, within the month of October this year. And Madam Speaker, we want to do a lot of work within the month of November and December before the onset of the rain season. In terms of considering Nyimba, Madam Speaker, yes, I want to assure the Member of Parliament that there will be an improvement in terms of the distribution of these works in the coming fiscal year 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mandevu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Mandevu an opportunity to ask a question to the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation Development. I note from his statement that urban areas are put at 92% in terms of access to clean drinking water. However, Mandevu constituency has got more than 500,000 people, and 75% of them do not have access to clean, safe drinking water. I would like to find out how many boreholes will go towards Mandevu from the 30 boreholes that have been given to Lusaka province. I thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my brother, the Member of Parliament for Mandevu, for that good question. Madam Speaker, admittedly, yes, Mandevu is the biggest, or one of the three biggest constituencies in Lusaka, and one of the biggest constituencies in Zambia. And yes, quite a good number of people, more than 50% of the people there don't have access to clean and safe water. Madam Speaker, this is because of the low investment in the water sector, which was characterized by our colleagues where he belongs. But under the new Dawn government, I want to assure the provincial chairman of PF, who is Member of Parliament for Mandevu, that the new Dawn government will continue increasing allocation of funds to the sector so that as many people as possible have access to clean water, including his constituency, including the Devil's Street in Matero constituency, and other various constituencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Some people are too sensitive. Just say name, they are up. That means it's very late. The Honorable Member for Kafue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the past, when His Excellency has cited examples of exorbitant pricing in the procurement of goods and services, the cost of boreholes is one such example he has cited and expressed concern about. Now, when I do some calculation here, in some cases I'm finding that a borehole is working out even close to 100,000 per each borehole. Now, I wanted to find out what special features these boreholes have to warrant this kind of cost, because in that same thinking we've had the argument of boreholes, being drilled at a cost even as low as 20. Now, why do we still have this seemingly high cost on the cost of each borehole? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Kafue for that good question. And I want to admit and say that I share the concerns of His Excellency the President in terms of the high cost of boreholes. I also share the concerns of the Member of Parliament. And it's true that when you do the calculations, on average, I think the cost of each borehole is coming to around 71,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, the cost of these boreholes, particularly when it comes to rural areas, is influenced by various factors, among them mobilization of equipment, fuel, labor cost, borehole siting, borehole drilling, and full casing. Madam Speaker, the contracts under our ministry are very strictly that the contractor must case the boreholes from top to bottom. Some of the boreholes that your members, Madam Speaker, and other citizens do drill, there are so many, there's so much cutting of corners where there's so much compromise in terms of quality, where you are drilling a borehole and then the borehole is not cased from top to bottom. And because of that, it looks cheaper, but in terms of durability, such boreholes are not to stand the test of time. So I thought I should say that. Again, our boreholes involve civil works, which includes the construction of an apron, drainage, and the soakaway pits. So the other boreholes, you just drill a borehole, equip it with a hand pump, and it ends there. But for our boreholes, there's so much work that is done around them. Then a supply of maintenance toolkit is also included. Then also we factor in the training of the communities on operation and maintenance. So where we drill our borehole, we ensure that we also train, the contractor must train the communities to ensure that they take care of these facilities to ensure that they are able to last a long time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I was going to call on the honorable member for Petauke Central, but again he is raising a point of order. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke first to raise a point of order on 2062. On the member, the official dress code for a female member shall be, is the member of parliament for Kafue in order, Madam Speaker, to come in parliament without shoes? And even start debating, Madam Speaker. I seek your serious ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. From here I see a lot of things, but I can't see your feet, so I didn't see. Okay. Oh. Sometimes the feet also need a breather. Let's make progress. What is your point of clarification, honorable member for Petauke Central?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to give the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask a follow-up question on a very serious ministerial statement concerning water. Water is life. Now, before I even ask the question, the minister, you should be aware from today to say in Eastern Province, we depend on farming, and we use animals also to farm. So as you are disputing water, you should also be considering the same animals we are using. Because right now, in Petauke Central, we don't have any dams. And then even the animals now, they are using the same borehole, whereby it's very difficult to maintain the borehole. You find that every after 2 days, the borehole is going to develop some fault. It will have a breakdown, and then it will stay maybe for a week, which will affect the good people of Petauke. Now the question is, who is the contractor who was contracted to drill the boreholes in Petauke, so that we can make up a follow-up? Because right now, more than 500 villages, they don't have clean water. And how much is the cost for one borehole? Thank you.
Only one question per honorable member. The honorable minister will address the first question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Petauke Central for that question. Madam Speaker, I did indicate that the allocation of contractors is as per province. So I went through province by province and the name of the contractors. So for the sake of that question, at the expense of repeating myself, Eastern Province has two lots and two different companies called Sunshine Bohos, Zambia, and Nchanga South Enterprises Limited. So two companies will handle Eastern Province, and one of these should be able to cater for Petauke. For now, Madam Speaker, I don't have the specifics in terms of who is going to go in which constituency between these two, but suffice to say that these two contractors will handle Eastern Province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of clarification is a follow-up to the answer given to the question raised by my honorable young brother from Nalolo there. So I think the 16 of us from Western Province, definitely Honorable Minister, concerned by the low levels of boreholes, 10 at most, and 2 small water projects. And the explanation you have given us is that because we are benefiting from several other water projects, which maybe I'm the only one who doesn't know them and I haven't seen anything on the ground. So I would like you to just give us an indication of how many boreholes are being drilled in Western Province from the other projects and where those projects, which projects are those so we can follow them up. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my brother, the Member of Parliament for Lukulu, for that question. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, we have a project called Transforming Rural Livelihoods, which is covering mostly the western part of Zambia, Western Province. And this project, under this project, Madam Speaker, we are drilling 2,100 boreholes and 10 solar-powered medium piped water schemes. So, Western Province is one of the provinces that is benefiting from most of these boreholes, the 2001 boreholes. In terms of specifics, Madam Speaker, I may wish to promise that I will engage the members of parliament from Western Province to give them more details in terms of where how these boreholes have been spread in Western Province. I promise that I will engage them further. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, my question is very simple. You've told us how you've spread these boreholes according to provinces. Is it possible for you to come back to this House and give us more information on how these boreholes are being spread per constituency or per district? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister, there's a request there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apparently, Madam Speaker, I have all the information in terms of the boreholes, the allocation of these boreholes district by district. So I can go as far as up to the district, but in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, it was almost impossible to have all this information within 30 minutes in the ministerial statement. But I will encourage members of parliament that over tea, those who would want to see me, we can discuss district by district in terms of what they are getting, boreholes, and also piped water schemes. So those who may wish, they can just avoid the bar and meet me in the restaurant. Then we will discuss. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There is a point of order. Somebody has a Honorable Member for Chitambo. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, there is a word the minister has used, and we all know, Madam Speaker, that that is your place, Madam Speaker. And all members who go there, Madam Speaker, they participate on your behalf. And Madam Speaker, the minister, what members are requesting for is for this information to be deposited in their pigeonholes, because not everyone here would manage to meet the minister during tea time. Is the minister in order, Madam Speaker, to bring that sacred place in his answering at this time when all of us here, Madam Speaker, are seated and we know that we are thirsty? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm considering closing that place. So, honorable members, just to get the information from the minister, you can either visit the office or maybe put the information, honorable minister, in the pigeonholes so that the members have got easy access. Because to go through the list of 156 constituencies, borehole by borehole, I think it will take us the whole day. So that will be attended to, honorable member. Honorable member for Kasenengwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for an opportunity to allow the people of Kasenengwa to ask a question. Honorable Minister, the people of Kasenengwa would like to know how these boreholes will be drilled, because there is a growing trend by the borehole drillers that usually their standard depth is 50 meters. Now, looking at the amount of money involved per borehole, are we looking at 50 meters depth, or for as long as a driller will find water at that borehole? Because sometimes you can find water at 80 meters, 70 meters. So the people of Kasenengwa would like to know the criteria that the drillers will be used for them to benefit, because sometimes also once they don't find water at 50, they abandon the place, and then the people still remain in the same situation before a driller moves to their site. So the people of Kasenengwa, Honorable Minister, really want to know how they will benefit from these boreholes than leaving them in the same situation they were before the drillers visited them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, let me start by registering, let me acknowledge your guidance, Madam Speaker. We'll be able to provide the information as requested by the Honorable Member of Chitambo. So we'll do a summary of what we have allocated district by district, and then deposit in the pigeonholes for each and every member of parliament. Then to the question asked by the member of parliament for Kasenengwa, I want to say that, Madam Speaker, our standard depth of our boreholes is 80 meters. So we'll be able to drill up to 80 meters. And just to assure you that our contractors have been given strict instructions to ensure that this is not just an exercise to go and drill boreholes, but to ensure that we get water to the people. So, yes, they may sound like you've said that the cost is quite high, but we want to ensure that we get good quality out of these works. Madam Speaker, let me take advantage of this opportunity to appeal again to members of parliament that we have very limited time. As you go back to your constituencies, we wouldn't want to have a situation, Madam Speaker, where you start fighting for the location of the boreholes, because sometimes we send contractors And then these contractors are derailed because of the fights that happen in the various localities in terms of where the borehole should be sunk. So I want to ask and appeal to the members of parliament that in the interest of time, as you go to the constituencies, discuss with the councils through the council secretaries, the council chairpersons, your councillors, traditional leaders, so that you agree in terms of where the boreholes should be located, should be assigned. When the contractor comes to your districts, we want them to find already agreed positions in terms of where the boreholes will be sunk, so that we don't waste time to park the machine and start waiting um, for your discussions to start when the contractor is already on site. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, sorry, a bonus question, but Honorable Member for Chitambo, I see that he has disappeared. I hope he hasn't gone to the place. Honorable Member for Kalulushi, that will be the last question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, mine is just a clarification. My apologies. When I wanted to find out on the issue of boreholes, if you had mentioned Copperbelt, and if you had done that well and good. But I did take note that on the small piped water project, Copperbelt has only been allocated 7, which I think is way beyond minimal. I'll give a very good example of my constituency. For the last 9 months, we've not had any drop of water. So I was hoping that if at all you have not allocated any bores, areas like Kafue, Nsokolo would be given water. We are in a critical situation, especially that we're approaching the rainy season. So with your intervention, Minister, if at all, before you place those things in the pigeonhole, if at all Kalulushi has not been allocated anything, our plea on behalf of the good people of Kalulushi, who like you very much, are appealing that at least from the 7 small water piped projects, if you could give them, we are the ones mining the copper, hello? If you could give us even 2 small of those projects and also allocate as many of those boreholes. It's unfortunate that you haven't been able to outline how the distribution has been. So our appeal on behalf of the people of Kalulushi is that if we could put in as many of those boreholes, it's been a dead end, totally a dead end with the Nkana water and storage, and I don't think the people are getting water anytime soon. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
It was an appeal, so yes, and an appeal. I'm sure the Honorable Minister has taken a note. I don't know if the Honorable Minister wants to react.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually very shocked, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, each time I hear that people are being arrested and found with so much money in the houses, I get very, very sad, because if only this money was being plowed into development, then the people of Karulush would have had plenty of water. But I want to assure the Member of Parliament that I love the people of Kalurushi, and will consider that we increase the allocation of those facilities, those plans, so that they can also have a fair share which they were deprived of in the past. We'll give them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before we go to the next point, just for purposes of guidance and for the benefit of the Honorable Member for Lumezi, I'm sure the Honorable Members who were present noticed that I asked for his phone to be taken from him. What I observed from here was that he had gone outside, got a letter, and he was passing it to the Honorable Members that were seated next to him and behind. Then after that, he took the phone and took a picture of that phone, of that letter. So then, in accordance with the Standing Order 231, I decided to take away the phone. And for purposes of, for the avoidance of doubt, Standing Order 231 says as follows: use of electronic devices. A member may use a tablet in the House. 2. A member shall ensure that the tablet is switched to silent mode and that is, sorry, my eyes are, sometimes I believe I can see properly, but sorry, I'm not pausing. Yeah, that's better. A member shall ensure that the tablet is switched silent mode and and that its use does not cause disorder or distract other members. I repeat, cause disorder or distract other members. 3. Subject to paragraph 4 of Standing Order 58, a member may use a tablet in debating a motion. 4. A member may use a tablet to send or receive messages for use in the proceedings of the House. I repeat, for use in the proceedings of the House. 5. A member may use a tablet to access parliamentary documents which are relevant to the current business in the House or search for information for use during debate. 6. A member shall not make or receive a telephone call in the chamber. So the conduct of the honorable member for Lumezi was that he was, one, distracting the members that were sitting around him by taking a picture of the letter that he had received for whatever purpose, I'm sure, to communicate or send a message somewhere. And therefore, because he was using actually it was a cell phone. Here, Standing Order 231 talks about a tablet. So that is the reason why I decided to have the phone taken away from him so that he can pay attention to the proceedings of the House and that he does not distract other members. So please inform him since he's not here. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 76, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central. By arrangement, prior arrangement to be asked by the Honorable Member for Sinazongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Kalabo Central, question number 57.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central is asking the Minister of Health, A, whether the government is aware that for about 2 months there has only been one medical doctor in the entire Kalabo district who is unable to cope with the work. If so, what urgent measures are being taken to deploy additional doctors to the district in order to improve health service delivery and avert loss of life? Madam Speaker, the answer is that Kalabo district is currently being serviced by 2 hospitals. The 2 hospitals are Kalabo District Hospital and Yuka Mission Hospital. There are 5 doctors in Kalabo District, including the District Health Director, distributed as follows. 1, Dr. Nato Mboyawu, serving as District Health Director. 2, Dr. Kapinga Kalenge, serving at Yuka Mission Hospital and supported by 3 medical associates. 3, Dr. Kabwe Kawungo, Dr. Tunga Adam Bushi, and Dr. Charles Mwansa, serving at Kalabo District Hospital.
Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Right, business has been suspended for 20 minutes until 17 hours, and the Honorable Minister of Health is just responding to a question that has been posed by Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central.
And before that, we did have ministerial statements, 2 of them. One of them was from the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, Honorable Chikote. He did make a ministerial statement on the status of aqua parks in Zambia.
The second statement was made by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, and the statement was on water infrastructure to be constructed in rural areas in 2022. Just about now, we'll take a break, but we'll be back on the other side. Undertake tours aimed at familiarizing themselves with operations at constituency offices. Madam First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Malungo Attracted Sangano, MP, accompanied by some members of staff of the National Assembly, undertook a tour to Kanyama constituency office.
On Oyo constituency, we profile one of the most prominent constituencies in the country.
The constituency is facing a lot of challenges.
And her delegation were met by earlier Member of Parliament, Mr. Monty Chinkuli, MP. Madam First Deputy Speaker then informed the area Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinkuli, on the purpose of the visit, which was mainly of an administrative nature.
The presiding officers have got a program to go around the constituency offices just to learn what is happening. We hear of the challenges that they're experiencing, and then find the best ways of addressing those challenges. Then to make mention that the National Assembly is in the process of finalizing the strategic plan for the period of 2022 to 2026. So this plan will guide the implementation of activities for the institution, and there is a specific emphasis on the work of constituency offices and how these offices can support the honorable members work effectively. As you are aware, these offices, they are supposed to be accessible to the people in your constituency. Whatever information they have, they are supposed to bring it to you so that you attend to it here, or maybe you present it to the House. And you are also supposed to reach out to the people in your constituency. So this should be an active place for the Member of Parliament. Whether you are here, not here, that's why you have the other members of staff to carry out the activities. Not all people can come to the National Assembly there. It's through them to you, and then you present the issues, whichever issues they are facing.
From the time I was elected as a member of parliament here, I think I've utilized this office to its fullest. When parliament is in session, Saturday, Sunday, I'm in the office to receive complaints from the people. When parliament has adjourned, I'm ever here to see how best we can attend to a number of issues that are affecting the people.
Constituency office staff also made some remarks on how the office is managed for the benefit of the people.
The dropping of the word constituency will try to differentiate what people as they come, or as they, if we are even like the new member of parliament, they go and come, but that confusion, as they come with their people, they can't differentiate it just there and there, so it takes time, although it still comes back to awareness. But we just believe if the word constituency is dropped, then we carry the Kanyama Parliamentary Office. It gives this sense of ownership, and even us as an office, sometimes we feel proud because it also gives this feeling of belonging, other than being confused, because in most cases we've been accused of being political party or belonging to a political party, not realize that we're employed by National Assembly.
Immediate reactions were then made to some concerns raised in the interactions through selected members of staff who were in Madam First Deputy Speaker's delegation.
One of the skills that we want the staff to have is also issue of research skills, basic information gathering, so that as the Member of Parliament is presenting issues to the House, be it through debates or a question for oral answer or other means, he's basing it on the actual data from the constituency, which has gone through a rigorous process of screening and ensuring that it's validated.
It's usually difficult to maintain rented offices for I think two main reasons. The first one is funding. Funding is usually prioritized to our constructed offices, which belong to National Assembly. And then the second reason is the tenancy agreement, which you have with your landlord. Landlords are supposed to provide maintenance for the constituency office, which it has been, just like Mr. Kamanga said, it's been difficult to arrive at an agreement on how we can fund this office for the necessary renovations that are supposed to take place. But in the future, funds allowing, we'll be able to extend to our rented offices. And it's also difficult to provide renovations for rented offices in urban areas, because here you've got a little bit of some leeway to have alternatives, unlike in other constituencies where they have difficulties to find nice buildings or buildings that are habitable. But for urban areas, it's usually very difficult to maintain.
What we are doing as accounts, as we are preparing for the 2023 budget, we'll be engaging PRP so that we sit down and see how we are going to profile the funding for 2023. So I think in that engagement, we'll look at the issue of whether we can increase the petty cash and how it can fit into the ceiling we were given by Treasury.
The interaction concluded by Madam First Deputy Speaker giving counsel to the Member of Parliament and constituency office staff to work in harmony for better service delivery to the people of Kanyama constituency.
Continue working very hard. I've seen here that the relationship between the MP and the staff, it's good. And like in some other constituencies where it's like there are two different groups, the MP and the members of staff, but please continue with that good spirit of working together. And then you are so lucky you are near our offices here. If you request for something, if you don't see or hear any feedback, I think through the MP you can reach these people here. Because what we want to see is that you are progressing in your activities. Yes, but the issue of raising awareness about this office in this constituency is very, very important. Because although they are saying UPNG now, last year there was a PF member of Parliament Then this time there's the UPND. So I think for me it's the issue of just raising the awareness about the importance of this office, the existence of this office to all the members. Please continue working hard. We are with you. We want this office to be very effective. Here in Kanyama, we've understood your problems, some of them that are life-threatening, but I know you can overcome them. We are with you.
This is my first time to reach this area, and I'm learning a lot of things here at Parliament. And the reason why Mbala residents elected me as their member of Parliament, they saw something in me. I've been helping Mbala people in many things, so they thought this one can represent us well. So I'm very happy for the job that my good people of Mbala have given me. I started my school at Rucheche Primary School. That was in 1979. I was there from grade 1 up to grade 7. Thereafter, I passed to grade 8. So because of lack of sponsorship, so I quit the school. So I started my own, doing my own things, my own business. Then thereafter, I stayed without going to school for some time, for about 15 years. So I started up a business, my own business, dealing with the groceries just from there. So I thought of going back to school in 2014. That is when I started to start again grade 8. After I completed in 2018, so people are telling me that we want you to represent us as a councillor at first. That's when I got interested. So in 2019, 2020, I was also I showed interest to stand as an MP in the previous government, in the PF. I even attended the interviews starting from constituents, district up to the province level. Then thereafter I was left out. After I was left out, the UPND, they got the information that I was the most popular person in that place. So after I was left out, that is when I started receiving some phone calls from different people to say, can you come and join us in the UPND? So that's when I joined the UPND. Though I stood, after that I joined the UPND, then that is when I was given an adoption certificate. I'm married and I have 7 children. Mbala constituency is a very rural, is in a rural area, and it has lagged behind in terms of development. As a member of parliament right now, I'm planning to start developing that area. The first CDF meeting which we sat, we decided to start some projects. We received the CDF for 2021. So after we received that, we were advised by the technocrats, which is the council senior. They said you have to utilize that money before we receive another CDF. So we decided to look for the projects that we can use that money as fast as possible. So we chose to put up some street lights which will start from Pep there up to Tremane Clinic, which about 79 poles. So the other thing that we are planning to do there in Mbala, we are also putting up some security lights from two markets, which is Mbulu Market and the other one at Town Market. And Town Market we are also planning to put up some gates so that the press can be secured. So Mbala, in terms of development, it has lagged behind because the members of parliament that were being chosen, they were not residents of that city in Mbala. So myself, my home is there, my family is there, my friends are there. So anytime when I have time, and we are closing the parliament on Friday, so I'm planning to go back there so that I can go and see and sit with my people to see what things are really, which things are we supposed to go and do together with my people from Zambia. My people, you've given me this opportunity to represent you as your member of parliament, which I need is your support. Let's unite together so that we can develop our seat.
The station that is devoted and dedicated to broadcast live the parliamentary proceedings. Find out how your representatives are representing you in the House. Learn about various issues pertaining to the functions, operations and activities of the Zambian Parliament. Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Good afternoon. You're tuned in to Parliament Television. Business resumes in the next 2 minutes or so. And on the floor of the House just before the break was Health Minister Honorable Masebo responding to a question that has been asked by Kalabo Member of Parliament, Mr. Miuti. He wants to find out whether government is aware that for about 2 months, there's only been one medical doctor in the entire Kalabo district who is unable to cope with the work. And if so, what urgent measures are being taken to deploy additional doctors to the district in order to improve health service delivery and avert loss of life? And so the minister was actually responding to these particular questions.
Right, and still to come is a debate on the motion of supply arising from the presentation of the 2023 national budget that was presented by the Minister of Finance and National Planning on Friday, 30th September 2022, and members of our parliament are debating policy contained in the budget address. Earlier we had an announcement and also had two ministerial statements, and of course we'll be able to give you the highlights of the business of the House at the end of today's proceedings. And so in the meantime, the House will continue considering this question, which is of an urgent nature, understanding order number 76 asked by Kalawa Central Member of our Parliament, and the Minister of Health was responding to this particular question. So please do stay tuned to a station that continues to bring Parliament closer to you. Just about now we expect Madam Speaker to make way back into the chamber, and business is expected to resume.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 57 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, and the Honorable Minister of Health was responding to the question. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was answering the question by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo Central, who wanted to know from the Minister of Health whether the government is aware that for about 2 months there is only one medical doctor in the entire Kalabo district who is unable to cope with the work. If so, what measures are being taken to deploy additional doctors to the district in order to improve health service delivery and avert loss of life? And I was saying that Kalabo district currently is being serviced by 2 hospitals, namely Kalabo District Hospital and Yuka Mission Hospital, and that these 2 hospitals put together have 5 doctors, which includes Dr. Neto Mbuayu, serving as District Health Director, and Dr. Kapinga Kalenga, serving at Yuka Mission Hospital, who is also supported by 3 medical associations. And then 3, Dr. Kabwe Kabungo, Dr. Tuga and Demwushi, and Dr. Charles Mansa, who are serving at Kalabo District Hospital. However, Madam Speaker, the 2 facilities in Kalabo have the following situation as of now, in that at Yuka Hospital, the doctor is on a short leave for the past 2 weeks, and we only have 1 medical associate, not even a doctor, but just a medical associate. The district director, however, is the one supporting him. At Kalabo District Hospital, there is currently 1 doctor present. Another doctor has taken a short leave for marriage purposes, while the 3rd one is on lengthy study leave. In the meantime, the district health director is expected to cover even the Kalabo District Hospital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. Before we go to supplementary questions, I see Honorable Member for Kasenengwa has a pending point of order. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think due to time it has lapsed. Maybe I will discuss it with you in camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kasanengwa again.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, I wish to find out from the Minister of Health. He's answering a question from a honorable member for Kalabo, of which 2 days ago he was answering a question again in the same ministry. And not only this one, there's been a lot of insinuations, I can say allegations, even in print media, about the shortage of drugs, which the minister has not agreed to. And the member of parliament for Kalabo came to talk about insulin. The minister said that is not the case on the ground. Today, the MP again for Kalabo is talking about the shortage of doctors. And the minister is saying that is not the situation on the ground. My question, through you, Madam Speaker, is, Honorable Minister, do you think there is someone who is working against you to render you irrelevant in the New Dawn government? Or you are systematically evading questions on the floor of this House? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, the honorable members, I had guided that as you ask questions, Don't use the word you, because then the honorable member for Kasanengwa is saying that somebody is working against me to render me irrelevant. From the way you were asking, please ask in the third person, you, she, yeah, use she, he, they.
The minister has taken note.
Okay, then with regard to the issue of insulin, as I'm sure you were here, you remember, the honorable minister is supposed to come tomorrow to render a ministerial statement. So maybe we can only restrict it to the issue of the availability of doctors at Kalabo District Hospital. I don't know if the honorable minister has a comment to make on what honorable member for Kasanengwa said.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. I think that the Honorable member did not really follow my answer. I think what I started by answering was to answer what is the correct situation in terms of human personnel. And I was saying that there are 5 altogether between the 2 hospitals. But I further went on to say that of these 5, looking at the Yuka hospital, where there are 2, I said there was only 1. And the one that is there is not even a doctor, is actually a licentiate medical. There's a medical in between a doctor and, yeah. And then I also went further to say, regarding Kalabo, there was also 1. The other one has gone for issues of marriage and things like that, family issues. And so I do not think that I'm going away from the question. Except, Madam Speaker, I also left out the B part in terms of the answer on measures, which are what other measures the government is taking to deploy additional doctors to the district in order to improve health service delivery. And the answer was that the Ministry of Health has so far allocated and deployed 4 more doctors now to Kalabo District, 2 for Kalabo District, and 2, the other 2 for the Mission Hospital. These are from the just ended recruitment of health workers. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Sinazongwe.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Minister, my people in Kalabo do appreciate. They are really thanking you for the four new doctors that you intend or you have sent. Now, we are looking at, the people are looking at what happened, where only 1 doctor remained at the hospital. Someone who is in charge of administration, you can't relegate them to operation. They are asking, is it possible going forward that when other doctors go on leave, you can second some from the nearing or nearby district so that services are provided to our people? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a follow-up question. Madam Speaker, these are administrative issues in the various districts, and the provinces. If, for example, you have 2 doctors and 1 goes on leave, or 1 goes to get married, or indeed 1 gets sick, that administrative movements can be done. But sometimes the challenge is that there are no doctors, as has been the case. So normally in districts, what they do is when somebody is not available, they pick from another hospital and they deploy temporarily so that services continue. But where nothing is done, it may well be that maybe there's just no doctor. Because remember that in the rural areas, we still have challenges of doctors in terms of numbers. And this is why this time around, most of the doctors who have been recruited have mostly been sent in the rural parts of Zambia. It is basically to take into account some of these challenges that we are facing generally in the health sector. You'll find that in most of the rural parts of Zambia, it's only foreign doctors who are accepting to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Petauke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure my question has been already taken by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, what is the total number of establishment of doctors in Kalabo district, and what is the shortfall? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that question requires me to confirm as to what is the establishment. I wouldn't know off guard. But if you're asking what are the numbers of doctors currently in Kalabo, that is the answer I've given. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the understanding of the situation in Kalabo was that indeed there are 5 doctors, but 4 had gone on study leave, therefore leaving only 1 doctor to attend to the entire district. If that's the position, what's the normal standard or the normal arrangement that would be made in such situations when approving long study leave for medical doctors? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
I think to start with, it's very unwise if you are only 2 doctors in a particular hospital, and then out of 4, as you put it, 3 go on leave at the same time. I think that is an administrative lapse on the part of the administrators. I think the way to do it would be to make sure that at every given time, if there are only 2, obviously there will only be 1 remaining. But if there are 4, surely there should be 2 remaining. That would be my response to that. Except to say that in this case, we are talking of 2 hospitals, the Mission Hospital and the GRZ Hospital. And both, the government one has got 2. The one for the Mission basically has 1 doctor, but the other one is not really a full doctor. But we can also safely say there are 2. Now, it looks like in both places, 1 has left and only 1 has remained. And it looks like the director of health, who himself, although he is doing administrative functions, who himself is a doctor, has been used as a stand-in. And even that is not good enough. But like I said, in a case where you don't have enough health workers, where the recruitment has not been continuous, you end up with the situation that we've ended up with. So like last time I said, we've employed 11,276, but all these are not just doctors, they're different categories. And that's why you notice that the Minister of Finance, even in this budget, has said we should at least, he has agreed that at least another 3,000 can be added on. Obviously, that 3,000 will not be doctors alone, and they will again be mixed, because it's a question of how much money has been allocated to that 3,000. Maybe doctors in that 3,000 may only be 100, and the rest may be other paramedics. So you see that the demand on the skilled labor force for health is still critical. And unless we do this continuously, at least for the next 3 years, we will see, that's when we'll see some kind of balance. The other point which we will be doing shortly as a ministry is redeployment of the doctors that we have, because majority of them are in Lusaka. So I hope that when we start doing that, the House can support us, not come here, start speaking for voices without appreciating that basically we are trying to ensure that the whole country gets doctors. So there's equity, you know, because like we keep saying, Lusaka is not Zambia. The services we get here in Lusaka, we must make sure that all the 10 provinces have bare minimum numbers of doctors and of course, other specialized doctors. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lubasenche.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the responses that you are providing to this Honorable House. My question is, do you have intentions to visit Karabo constituents so that you can able to get the correct picture on the ground, taking into account that this question, when it came to, I think, to the Speaker, it's not long ago, but what is also coming from the member of Karabo is to the contrary, meaning the good people of Karabo may wish to see you physically and you appreciate what is obtained on the ground. Do you have intention to visit the district?
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a very important question or remark. First of all, Madam Speaker, I have stated on the floor of this House that Ministry of Health is in 116 districts and beyond 116 district constituencies, wards, and polling districts. So, in terms of information, I may not be able to be on the ground in all the provinces and even in the districts, even in the next 3 years, even if I was to be the Minister of Health. That's why we have members of parliament. When they have an issue, when they notice something is not right, they must come to the office or just send me a WhatsApp. You don't even have to come and see me. Just send a WhatsApp and say, there is this situation at the moment. Those who have come, Madam Speaker, will vouch, both on your right and the left, they'll vouch for me to say that those that have come have reacted there and then. I don't even take a day. I react just there and then. So for you to waste time to put in a question which might even take a week, 2 weeks, the situation on the ground is bad, doesn't help. Whether it is to try and think or send a wrong signal that she's not working. Those who know me, I work. If I fail, I'm just human. So, Madam Speaker, when it's to talk about commitment, I do not believe that there's anybody, I don't believe that there's anybody currently, even among the persons asking these questions, can be more committed than I'm committed in this sector to try and save the people of Zambia. And to save both the right and the left, because I know and I believe that truly, as you keep advising us, Madam Speaker, even this morning, earlier this afternoon, you were telling us, we are one when it comes to saving the people of Zambia. So there's no need to come here and tell me here that there is no Kafino or ARVs in Mazabuka. When I'm seated right next to you, why not just tell me so that I quickly check? In some instances, people have told me and they have acted and they have phoned the relevant department and they've reacted. So to that extent, let me repeat that, please, don't spend time on questions. Just come and tell me. We'll work together to rectify. The other point, Madam Speaker, I have on the ground right now our parliamentary officer and the ministry and the director in charge of hospitals, the clinical care director, is in Kalabo right now to verify that information so that tomorrow I'm able to issue the ministerial statement. You noted that I had one answer here, and I was also reading another answer from the phone because they're on the ground and they're able to tell me that whilst we employed 2 doctors here and 2, and then we have 5 in the district, there is only 1 acting because the other one has gone on leave, the other one has gone for marriage affairs, and so on and so forth. So some questions also, they lapse in terms of time. Some of the questions which came, maybe they came at a particular time when something was wrong, and by the time I'm answering, the situation has changed. The case of insulin, and I do not believe that the answer I gave on the floor, Madam Speaker, was not correct. It was actually correct in terms of what was pertaining at that time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But of course, I would love to meet the people of Kalabo to hear more about the situations that they're facing. And we are there to save them. We want to save them. We are happy to save them. That's why they put us. It is to save them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So with that explanation and the call on honorable members to visit the Honorable Minister of Health, just to clarify issues or concerns that they might have in their own particular constituencies, we can make progress. Please engage, do engage not only the Minister of Health, but all the ministers. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Supply motion of 30th September 2022, resumption of debate.
When the House adjourned yesterday, Wednesday, 5th October 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023, together with the annual borrowing plan presented to the National Assembly in September 2022. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Kawata this opportunity to contribute to the budget speech. Madam Speaker, allow me first of all to say that the budget that was presented to this August House actually represents the wishes and the aspirations of the people of Kawata. Not only the people of Kawata, but it also answers the aspiration of the 8th National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, I will actually categorize about 4 items that I want to mention. Number one, it will be the allocation on education. Madam Speaker, if you see the allocation of the health sector, the education sector was 28 billion, which is 23 billion, which is actually about 13% of the total budget. Madam Speaker, I think the money that has been allocated to the education sector will be able to answer some of the challenges and problems that we are having, especially in my constituency. Madam Speaker, I'm going to speak about Kawata. The reason why I'm going to speak about Kawata is because of the many things that the people of Kawata are going through. Number one, Madam Speaker, there is a college that has been orphaned for the last almost 15 years or 15 or 16 years. And this is a college which is situated right in my constituency. And that is a college we call Zamise, Zambia Institute of Special Education. Madam Speaker, this institution, if I may tell you, Madam Speaker, it provides or it teaches learners who are supposed to teach children who have special needs. Madam Speaker, if you were to visit this institution, Madam Speaker, it's a sorry sight. I wish that the Minister of Education will consider to finish this college that has been orphaned for the past almost 15 years. It's high time, Madam Speaker, that we concentrated much on this college, because the reason why I'm talking about this college, Madam Speaker, it's a college that we have, the only college that we have in Zambia that provides the services of teaching learners who are supposed to provide teaching to children who have got special needs. Madam Speaker, the issue of building schools, this budget, or the budget speech, Madam Speaker, which was presented, talked about the government constructing about 120 schools. Madam Speaker, it is my prayer that this budget will be able to answer some of the challenges, especially in the education sector, right in Kamlanga Ward, where we only have 2 secondary schools, Madam Speaker. And that's the reason why I'm speaking on behalf of the people of Kawata that, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education should consider the good people of Kawata to give them another 2 secondary schools. Madam Speaker, I'll talk about skills development. If you check the budget for the Ministry of Education, it revolves on the issue of vocational training. Madam Speaker, I'll sound a bit emotional because the things that are happening, Madam Speaker, right now, it concerns the issue of education. Madam Speaker, the issue of having children going to skills development. Madam Speaker, if you look in the past, I think the concentration has been too much on the girl child, leaving out the boy child. If you see, Madam Speaker, the stories that we hear in the newspapers or on social media, Madam Speaker, you hear of a boy killing his own parents. You hear of the boys that were involved in illicit activities, Madam Speaker. Even the boys that were arrested recently, Madam Speaker, they were very young. It's because we have concentrated much on the girl child, leaving behind the boy child, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these training skills that we are talking about, let's ensure that we build more. Look at Kamlanga. Kamlanga doesn't even have a skills training center. This is the reason why, Madam Speaker, we are saying for us to reduce some of these illicit activities that the boy child is getting involved. It's high time, Madam Speaker, that we got these boy children and took them right, Madam Speaker, into the skills training centers. Madam Speaker, I'll still come back. The issue of skills development, Madam Speaker. It's high time, Madam Speaker, that indeed the government, through the Ministry of Education, took time to visit also some of the skills training centers that we have in my constituency, like Chilenje Skills Training Center. There's need that the ministry responsible should go and do a supervision or whereby they will be able to rehabilitate the school, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll move to agriculture. As much as we appreciate the allocation, which was 7.5, Madam Speaker, I do support. But going forward, Madam Speaker, I would request that the budget should be increased to at least about 10% so that we can meet the Malabo Convention Agreement, which was signed by many countries, Madam Speaker. On the issue of reforming FISIP, Madam Speaker, yes, I agree, Madam Speaker, because there was too much emphasis on FISIP. Only fertilizer, leaving out the camp officers. Some of the camp officers that we have around, Madam Speaker, in these farming blocks, they do not even have shelter. They do not even have transportation, Madam Speaker. It's high time, Madam Speaker, that this budget should answer the aspiration of the people that are right in the rural areas, in the campsites, Madam Speaker. Getting back to, Madam Speaker, the issue of buying equipment for those who are in camp houses, Madam Speaker, campsites, Madam Speaker. I think it's high time that this budget, the money that has been allocated, Madam Speaker, should be able to answer to some of these needs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll speak also about the issue of health, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, the allocation for health was about 17 billion, which is 10%. This is good, Madam Speaker, and that is the reason why we were voted in. It is to improve the livelihood of the Zambian people. Madam Speaker, as I'm speaking, right now, Kawata constituency has got a population of over 220,000, and we only have one first-level hospital. Madam Speaker, it's high time that we are given an opportunity to have at least two first-level hospitals, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the police in my constituency, if I were to give you this information, Madam Speaker, the reason why even the police took long to arrest those perpetrators that were involved in abduction, Madam Speaker, it was the issue, it was the issue, Madam Speaker, because
Order. There is a point of order that the honorable member. Okay, let me not preempt. What is the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you guided ably last 2 days that this matter is under investigation. We must not bring it into this House, the matter of abducting the girls and rescue. So as the Honorable Member of Kawata, in order to keep referring to that matter, that you well guided, and all of us have kept away from talking about that matter in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. When the honorable member was debating, I thought he was referring to the accident of the late former Member of Parliament. I didn't realize he was talking about the case relating to the abduction. Honorable Member, the matter relating to the abduction of the ladies, the young girls, is still under investigation, so please let's not debate it.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. But however, the issue at hand, Madam Speaker, is the issue of transportation. The police, they are ill-equipped, Madam Speaker, and that's the reason why I was emphasizing on the issue of the police. Because, Madam Speaker, I can guarantee you that in my constituency, the 2 police stations that we have, they do not have adequate transportation. And that's the reason why the Minister of Home Affairs should look into this issue so that we, the people of Kawata, are given enough transportation so that we can curb some of these criminal activities that are happening in my constituency. Madam Speaker, I know. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move.
And the Minister of Home Affairs is just walking in. You are assured of some transport. I think he had made that undertaking. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to contribute a few words on our budget presented by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I want to start with the CDF issues. Madam Speaker, this was a very brilliant idea, and we are all happy that the money will be coming. And now, as of today, we've got 50% of the money distributed to our respective councils. And you agree with me that everyone has been preaching about the CDF. My appeal to the New Dawn government is, when we preach at 75% presenting the budget, then we've given out 50%, that it does not augur well for you as a new government and you as new people in the positions. My prayer is that let's give the correct information, because at the end of the day, we are the parliamentarians who are in problems. That where is the money? The government has given you the money. Madam Speaker, I don't agree with the proposal for the next year's guidelines or how they want to distribute the CDF in 2024. We are saying the guidelines will be, for me, the guidelines will be a problem, because we are saying that we are going to look at the constituents, the numbers in those respective constituents, the level of development, the level of, and the population. We are going to take a practical example of Rufubu Ward, Rufubu constituency, which is basically the own population is less than Nyimba Central population. Then now we look at that, then you compare it to a constituency like mine, which has got over 200 people. Then you want to come and look at the geographic area of Rufubu. It's just too big. Kawata goes in 20, 40 times in Rufubu. So that is not going to help us. We need to revisit it and see how we can do, because that will bring problems and a lot of problems. Madam Speaker, I was so happy and very happy when the Minister of Finance said we have sourced 300 million for farm blocks. Madam Speaker, I remembered when I was in one political party called the NDC, before it was hammered, not disbanded you, when it was properly hammered by big political parties. The 300 million, Madam Speaker, it's a very good investment in farming. We cannot do better than this. My plea to this is that when we are, if we really have this money, if we have borrowed this money and the money is coming, you can never do a better investment than investing in agriculture. Madam Speaker, we need to open up the farm blocks. And I'm so happy because in that speech they are saying we need to have anchor farms. I'll give you a practical example of Mpongwe farms. Mpongwe farms, at a certain time, at a peak farming season, they employ in excess of 10,000 people. Madam Speaker, trucks which goes in and out of Mpongwe farms, they are far more than the trucks which goes in 2 kcm. And this is the shortest possible
investment which can give you better returns than the mines. Madam Speaker, my plea is that we know where we've got enough water. We know where we've got enough land which is underdeveloped. Can we quicken up this process? Can we start this as of yesterday? Otherwise, if we are not going to spend this money into farming, I think then when you don't government, you just follow suit as well and move out, because this is a plan you've come up with and we support it, and there's no one who's going to fight you on this support. Unless that person, no maybe Musala, maybe that person is insane. This is very good. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the energy sector. The energy sector, Madam Speaker, any government who's going to run away from procuring of energy, of fuel, it's you are taking yourself into a ditch. Madam Speaker, everywhere in the world, the people who, if you allow private sector alone to monopolize this business, it's like you've put yourself a gun in your head. Because these are the people who are going to blackmail you during difficult times. Better we leave some certain of percentage to procure our energy. Otherwise, we are done. Skills development, Madam Speaker, when I did the checklist, just as the Minister of Finance did the checklist, I'm happy that we are moving, we've employed those people, but I've got a problem. We have sent a good number of people to go and do skills training. We have forgotten something. When they come out of there, what are we going to do for them? Today, we haven't even given out money from CDF for them who applied for the loans to start doing up something. I agree, Madam Speaker, that we need to do 1, 2 things, but as it is now, let's start preparing. When our students come out of colleges, where are we going to press them? This is the question I'm asking. Madam Speaker, it's very important for us. I know as a country, we jumped to this system. We are where we are today because we thought just white-collar jobs are the ones which are going to develop this country. Madam Speaker, you cannot develop. German, China developed because they never ran away from skills training. They never all jumped into being a white-collar job. That is where we are today, and we ran away from this. So congratulations, UPND, for that, because you've gone back to the basics which we need to do. Madam Speaker, to register few laws on carbon trading, I think we are not doing good as a country. We need to start moving, because where we are today, this is a money-spinning project. We are going to protect our environment, and we are going to retain some money in this. I've seen something detailed on the report, Minister of Finance. Yes, we need to move as quick as we can. Otherwise, if we put up these good writings, good pronunciation, no action, then what are we doing? We're just killing ourselves. My prayer is that you start actualizing what you preach. Madam Speaker, the speech for the Minister of Finance shouldn't just be this charismatic or this flourishing, flourish budget. It's something we should start working on. It's something we should start fulfilling. And if you fulfill this, especially on the farm blocks, I can promise you that people will vote for you again. But failure to implement these things, it will be very difficult. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What was the meaning of the last words you said, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, if they don't implement Kakavuteko, meaning it's very difficult to win next elections when you have promised people a very important project. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, for the information of honorable members, Honorable Member for Nyimba is doing very well in carbon trading. And I remember reminding honorable members, please learn from the honorable member for Nyimba. The trees which people are cutting, they can actually stop cutting trees and any money from looking after their forests. So rural community, rural constituencies, please, learn from honorable member for Nyimba. Honorable member for Kashiwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to start by commending our new Dawn government for doing extremely well, for giving us a lot of hope, starting with the President's speech and now this budget speech by the Minister of Finance. I wanted to actually take off from commending the manner in which they have come up with the annual borrowing plan presented together with the budget, which shows that we are actually moving towards best practice of subjecting our borrowing for financial approval. And we needed to do that, Madam Speaker, seeing that as at the end of June 22, according to this report, our debt was standing at 25.2 billion US dollars. And last week, we were seated together with Honorable Chilangwa when we were listening to how Zambia was going to be a rogue nation if it had continued on this path of unsustainable debt contraction. So this is good, Honorable Minister, which you came up with your technocrats.
Order. Honorable Member for Kafue, there is a point of order from Honorable Member for Kawambwa. I think next time when you are debating, just mention that you were with a certain honorable member. Instead of naming honorable member for Bangwe, Kawambwa, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I stand on point order number 65, where we need to be factual, and that we must be, the information we provide to the House must be verifiable. Madam Speaker, is the honorable member who is failing to debate the speech, who is failing to put forward the points in order to insinuate that I was with her, me and her. Is she in order, Madam Speaker, that I was with her, the two of us, somewhere? Madam, is she in order to insinuate?
Probably the honorable member for Kawambwa has forgotten. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was actually in a workshop where we were being given this very worrying information. However, the observation, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to make on this same borrowing plan is that I did take interest to look at what new loans would be contracting, in 2023. Of course, I acknowledge a lot of work that is proposed around agriculture, which we have flagged out as one of our key economic activities that we'll do as a country. However, I was looking out for something around industrialization also, considering that this is one of the key pillars of our budget, and that as a government we are resolved also to deal with the issue of unemployment. Industrialization is a very huge undertaking that I would have expected at this point that would have started putting money towards, a lot of money towards, seeing that we have already in fact done 1 year of our tenure out of the 5-year tenure that we have in this first term, although I know that we still have a long way to go. But this is just the anxiety that I wanted to express on behalf of the many youths in Kafue that are, and indeed elsewhere in the country, that are looking forward to having some job opportunities in these industries once they are created. We are doing fine in terms of providing those grants, especially under CDF, but I think we are also concerned that from the little monitoring that we've done so far, indeed there are some worrying aspects where people are literally, yes, sharing the CDF money without really applying it the way we envisage. So maybe not everyone can be a business person. Others are just good for being employed. So let's create the industries. Let's take some of that money for them to be employed, and then they can financially sustain themselves for a long time. I believe that if people are supported in this manner, they should even be able to look after their families better, so that we shall not go to borrow for social protection. I see some quite substantial amount there to borrow for social protection. In a family system that is not disintegrated, Madam Speaker, and the situation at family household level is okay, we should really be able to look after, the vulnerable, the aged within our family circles without going that route. Government is very clear on the issue of rural connectivity and what they have committed to doing in that regard. Where I want to hear them more, or where I want to hear especially on behalf of Kafue, concerns the township roads, Madam Speaker, because for us, this one is a very critical matter. We would want to see the roads in our township improved to a very great extent. Otherwise, it will be difficult to justify, whether we are working as a government if we cannot improve the road situation in our towns. And this, Madam Speaker, is against the backdrop that even this rural connectivity program that I've talked about, remember, on the President's speech, I had said it had omitted Lusaka province, of which Kafue is a part of. Otherwise, the good news that I would want to end with appreciating from the budget speech is that government is really up to the game of liquidating these terminal benefits for people who would have diligently served this nation, and there's an undertaking to pay off pension funds almost soon after, somebody leaves their service from government. I wanted to ride on this one to make an appeal on behalf of the former workers of Kafue Textiles of Zambia, Madam Speaker, who only got half of their terminal benefits, and they have not forgotten, and they are asking, especially with the hope that the new Dawn government has raised, they are really looking forward to having, what is still outstanding in terms of, their terminal benefits at the time the industry was privatized. And finally, Madam Speaker, I know that our new Dawn government is working very hard to mobilize the resources, and recently the Minister of Local Government was on the floor to talk about the consideration that is being made in terms of revising the emoluments for our hard-working councillors. I thought that I should also add my voice to that call, that our caring government also does look into the plight of our councillors, because indeed, Madam Speaker, these people are working very hard, 24 hours in a day, and therefore I think they deserve some consideration in terms of reviewing their terms and conditions of service, especially that the Emoluments Commission is now in place, which is what we had been waiting for. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the budget was presented to us, and for the people of Chitambo, the budget appeared to be futuristic in the manner in which it was presented, because the minister highlighted what he intends to do in the future. I'll give an example. In the mining sector, he's projecting to get us to where we shall be producing about 3 million metric tons of copper. And also he's talking about how he's going to be managing the CDF in 2024. Madam Speaker, I'll pick on some pillars which appear to be of economic importance to this nation. And I would like the Minister of Finance, when he comes to respond, to at least attempt to give some answers to the people of Chitambo, because they're a bit concerned, especially in the mining sector, where we have given out very good incentives to would-be investors. We've waived off visa fees, and I know that these investors, when they come around Zambia, they are coming to do greenfield sites in the mining sector. But Madam Speaker, I'm worried because what has been provided for, and I checked in this book, is only money in the energy sector to expand power transmissions. And I know that the mines would require a lot of electricity for them to be run. So I would like the minister, when he comes to respond, at least to attempt to ask how he plans to generate power for these mines and how we shall do the borrowing. Madam Speaker, also I looked at agriculture, and agriculture, he has provided for extension officers who shall be employed next year. But I'm a bit worried because, Madam Speaker, agriculture goes with research. I don't know whether this has been provided for in the Yellow Book, which we don't have up to now, but I'm worried. I thought that when he brings in issues of extension officers and how much money he will spend on agriculture, he should have also taken into context the research part of it, which should have really shown us that in this area, we shall concentrate on producing such kind of crops because research has indicated that the weather patterns will be in that fashion. Madam Speaker, also the people of Chitambo are indeed worried on the debt, and we've noted in the budget that debt repayments have been reduced. Foreign debt repayment has been reduced, and I am aware that government has engaged these debtors to see how they can restructure it and how we shall pay it. But, Madam Speaker, my worry comes in the wake that should these debtors refuse to agree with the minister on the process of restructuring it and see how it shall come to pass, the minister hasn't provided for any other resource or any other plan on how we shall manage this debt. Madam Speaker, also, I'll speak to the students' meal allowance. I really needed clarity on it, Madam Speaker, wanting to know whether these meal allowances will be part of the loan that the students get, and also to learn, Madam Speaker, if at all, how many universities will be catered for. Is it only the universities which are on government side, or is it also caters for the universities which are in the private sector? So that, Madam Speaker, when we are talking to our constituents, we are able to explain to them thoroughly that these meal allowances, they also cater for you. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to speak about is the budget deficits. Madam Speaker, we are very grateful as members of Parliament for the workshops that you've been organizing for us, because we are learning one or two things from there. This year, in July, we approved, Madam Speaker, some deficit here of close to about 22 billion, which was brought to us. I am worried this year whether the 167 billion kwacha will be adhered to, so that, Madam Speaker, our country also, our financial systems can get the credibility that we talk about all the time. Unlike the situation where we've got 167 billion, we might end up maybe to about 200 billion or so. So I'd like the minister, when he comes to respond, to ensure that he triggers his mind on the matters that I've raised, so that as I go back to the people of Chitambo, if I'm asked these particular questions, I'm able to explain to them. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Katuba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity and the people of Katuba to comment on the speech by the Minister, the budget speech on revenue and expenditure. Madam Speaker, just to start with, I want to say the budget really triggers the transformation of the economy as envisaged in the 8th National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, the theme of the budget was stimulating economic growth for improved livelihood. And what gives the budget speech a lot of credibility was how the minister recognized the low-hanging fruits that the country has, and these are the sectors that actually give us a lot of comparative advantage. If you look, Madam Speaker, the minister looked at agriculture. Every time we have said we have land in excess of 80% that is arable, which is an admiration to many countries that are eager to produce food to feed the region. We boast of fresh waters, Madam Speaker, in excess of 30 to 35% of the SADC fresh waters being hosted in this country. The minister took advantage of this comparative advantage to anchor the transformation of the economy through agriculture so that Zambia can truly become the breadbasket of Southern Africa. I think time has come, Madam Speaker, if you look at the way the budget has been framed, that we truly reclaim this position of being the food basket in sub-Saharan Africa at large and Southern Africa in particular. Madam Speaker, the other low-hanging fruit that the minister looked at was the mining. Again, if you look now, we are discovering minerals everywhere. Gold was discovered in Katuba and all other places. This is a comparative advantage that we have that other countries today that are doing so much better, such as Rwanda, do not have. And the minister, again, took advantage of this comparative advantage because it's a low-hanging fruit to look at how we can depend on the turnover and not necessarily depending on skimming the taxation policy. When we look for those that have done a bit of business, Madam Speaker, you agree with me that when you depend on turnover, meaning the increasing the tonnage of copper that we are going to produce, it becomes more sustainable than relying on smaller tonnages but increasing the cost of taxation. The sustainability there remains questionable. My colleagues that are coming from the villages will agree with me that we believe in milking many cows than milking one cow. No matter how much milk one cow gives you, the risk is higher. Because if it dies, you will not have the milk. Madam Speaker, the other low-hanging fruit that we have is the endowment in the tourism sector. I think Zambia, again, boasts of having the pristine land, pristine vegetation. We have the flora and fauna that the world is looking for to visit in terms of tourism. Tourism has been down for the past 2 to 3 years, and the world is hungry, Madam Speaker, to visit Africa because we are looking at people that have not seen wildlife in about 2 to 3 years. So going forward in 2023, 2024, we are seeing a lot of bookings coming to Africa for people wanting to visit Africa. Again, the minister realized that this is a low-hanging fruit, and that is why the cumbersomeness of visas for long-haul markets and source markets
that we always depend on becomes the thing of the past. This alone, if you look at, for example, Brazil did this in 2014, and it was actually realized that the removal of visa alone increased tourist arrivals by 34%. So it shows how much you can look at the low-hanging fruit and take advantage to really grow the economy, and if truly we want this to impact the livelihood of the people. But also, Madam Speaker, let me talk of the last part that I want to look at, is the issue of ICT. I think I have always emphasized that this is the game changer. In whichever sector we are going to go, it be mining, it be agriculture, if we are not going to implore the mechanization and the ICT platform, the digitalization of the economy, then again we are going to lose the competitive advantage even when we have the comparative advantage. So to build this competitive advantage so that we can compete in the SADC region properly and in Africa at large, we need to invest a lot in the ICT. And again, I could see in the budget that the minister was talking of the review of the ZICTA Act in order to enhance the level of ICT deployment in the economy. And as we do this, we are going to see, one, we are going to change the efficiency and the speed at which we do business, and this is going to increase our competitiveness. Issues, for example, of tourist arrivals in our border posts. If we use ICT, it doesn't matter how long the queue is, we are going to clear it quickly. But if we manualize most of these systems, you find that conveniency is going to be replaced. And in tourism, nothing replaces conveniency. Everything that you do, you need to do it conveniently and ensure that time becomes money. Madam Speaker, all I can say is that the minister has put a very good roadmap. Like any other plan, the budget being a plan is a roadmap that shows where we are and where we must go. I think what remains now is to walk the journey so that we get there. I thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to give me this opportunity to debate this motion on behalf of my people of Chipili, the motion which is before this August House. Madam Speaker, let me remind myself what I had promised this August House. That is, the New Dawn government is going to employ 30,000 teachers. I'm going to dance. Unfortunately, when I perused, I did not find that figure. Yes. What I found is 4,500. Madam Speaker, someone has already said it's better than nothing. What I could simply say is that on that point, you have scored as UPND government. You need to continue. It is a game changer. I'm sure the ratio to teacher to pupil will be reduced. It is important, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge when somebody has done something right. Just like what UPF did in this country, especially Lusaka, to transform Lusaka the way Lusaka is looking. Madam Speaker, I also acknowledge that you did well, PF. Well done. Madam Speaker, yes, there's nothing wrong. You don't lose anything. I'll continue praising you if you do something right. I'll say continue. I'll keep on encouraging you because it's the benefit of all of us. Yes. I'll continue dancing until to the end. Madam Speaker, this budget, in my view, the way I'm going to look at it is on the other side of the coin. Because it has two sides of the coin. Madam Speaker, this budget is anchored on IMF loan. Everything is centered there. In order for us to actualize this budget, we need to fulfill the conditions which have been attached to this loan. Madam Speaker, it's high time to inform our people that here we come. In order for us to recover the economy, we are depending on the way we are going to use the money that we are collecting from IMF. If we mismanage, then, Madam Speaker, this budget will not be actualized. But what are these conditions so the people are aware? People must be ready to see that is coming, whether it's suffering, because it will hit everyone, Madam Speaker. On two conditions, there are three that I wanted to talk about. One is to cut the public expenditure. There is the two, cost plus on fuel. Three, tariffs on ZESCO power. But especially, firstly, this one, the first one, I've already seen on cutting down on the public expenditure. I'm sure they have already done it. They have started. Because when you look at the total expenditure for this year in our budget and the total expenditure for next year, I expected that this year, for next year, it's supposed to be more than this year. So I think probably that could be the way they are trying, or we are trying, because I'm part of the government and the legislature. We are trying to reduce the public expenditure. Now, on these two components, fuel and electricity, Madam Speaker, we need to tell our people that before this economy is recovered, first we have to fix our people. Thereafter, this economy will recover. There's no two ways about it. The cost of production will go up because of ZESCO and transportation, meaning that all the goods and services will go up. So people must be aware that this is what we are going to do as a government. We have no two ways about it. So people must be worried, must be prepared. Their minds must be prepared. Do not be a surprise. So we are fixing you to fix the economy. That's what we have to do. And you know, when you tell someone the truth, there is nothing wrong. You should know. Because of what we are as at now, to restructure our debts, we need to take this route. I know two ways about it. So we are coming to fix you come next year. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mpongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to debate the budget of 2023, which was ably presented by the Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane. Madam Speaker, since I'm coming from the constituency which has potential in agriculture, I'll begin with agriculture. Agriculture is a livelihood for the people of Umpongwe and Zambia at large. Madam Speaker, agriculture provides raw materials, employment, and food to the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, the recruitment of 256 extension officers is a welcome move, but I want to appeal to the Minister of Agriculture to make the extension officers more effective. As of today, most of the extension officers, they don't do their work. Most of them, they appear when there's a FISIP program. So they must be more effective than they are. Madam Speaker, the procurement of extension kits, motorbikes will make the camp officer do their work easily. This is a welcome move by the government to include this in the 2023 budget. Irrigation development. Most of the farmers in Zambia, they only depend on land-fed agriculture. Irrigation development will improve the farming in Zambia. I must mention that the wheat which is grown in Zambia, in particular Mpongwe, most 30% come from Mpongwe district. And most of the farmers who grow wheat in Mpongwe are white farmers. So irrigation development will make the local people of Mpongwe to also participate in growing wheat and other crops using irrigation. The continuation of FISIP. Most of the people thought that because of the IMF deal, the FISIP will not be there. I think the government has assured through the 2023 budget that FISIP will continue and it will be reformed into comprehensive agriculture support program. This is a welcome move. Reviving of development of farm blocks. Farming blocks will also improve farming in Zambia. It will also do the diversification in the agriculture sector, whereby farmers will be empowered. The government has already secured the $300 million. This is a welcome move to the farmers. Madam Speaker, debt management. Debt management will create fiscal space for this government, which will result in doing some new projects. Madam Speaker, roads which have been neglected, like Impongwe Machia Road, since the fiscal space will be created, this road will be done before 2026. Also, I must mention that Mpongwe district is the only district on the Copper Belt without a district government hospital. With the creation of this fiscal space, I think we are going to have the first government hospital in Mpongwe. The mining sector. Madam Speaker, the target that the government has put of 3 million tons in the next 9 years, this is a welcome move. More new mines will be opened, including Maleka, which will be opened in Mpongwe, which will create employment for our people and the youth in Mpongwe district. Education sector. Recruitment of 4,500 teachers in the next year budget This is a welcome because it will at least give hope to those who are left out during this year recruitment process. Construction of 120 new secondary schools. As in Pongwe, we are going to benefit almost two secondary schools from this allocation, and this will improve the education system in our district. This is a welcome move. I want to appreciate to the government of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Akainde Ichirema, for making sure that this 120 secondary school will be constructed. Completion of 115 secondary schools which were abandoned by the previous government. This is a welcome move. Most of the schools were upgraded to secondary school status without improved infrastructure. This will improve the education system in our country. The introduction of new allowances for university and college students. Madam Speaker, for the first time, we have seen students marching to State House to praise the President for this good program. This was expected some years ago, but under this leadership, this has come as a reality. This is a welcome move for the students. The energy sector. Rural Electrification Authority has been allocated almost 1.6 billion, which means that most of our rural constituencies without electricity, they are going to have electricity. And I want to categorically say that most of the teachers in the rural areas, they fail to stay in their schools because of electricity and network. Electricity, if it's taken to rural schools, which means it will motivate a lot of teachers to stay in their schools and improve the education for our children. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that during campaign, we are saying that hope and help is coming. Madam Speaker, hope and help is here. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to debate the budget under the theme stimulating growth for improved livelihood. Madam Speaker, representing a rural constituency, that is Chama North, whose economy depends on agriculture. My major focus of my debate is on agriculture, among others. Madam Speaker, despite Zambia having vast
On a
arable
point
land,
of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Order. There is a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Minister of Health?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to apologize to my colleague who was on the floor of the House. I don't normally do such things of asking point of orders when others are seriously debating, but I rise on a serious point of order, and I'm quoting Standing Order number 203, which says that a member, on conduct of members, one says a member shall at all times conduct himself or herself in a manner that upholds the integrity, dignity, and decorum of the House. And a member shall not act in any manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute. Madam Speaker, I have with me today's newspaper, this paper called Daily Nation, on page 1, where there's an article entitled Drugs Shortage, People Dying. And I go to the specific statement which has been attributed to one of our colleagues, my member of parliament here, and I'll just read the paragraph. Mr. Kafwaya said it was tragic that government has decided to politicize the procurement of essential drugs, which has resulted into the critical shortage of medicines and other medical supplies. And Mr. Kafwaya has disclosed that Speaker of the National Assembly, Nelly Muti, yesterday curtailed debate on the shortage of drugs in hospitals and ordered Health Minister Sylvia Masebo to go and research, then come back to Parliament with factual information after it was discovered that she was misleading the House. Mr. Kafwaya, the Patriotic Front Lunte Member of Parliament, said it was shocking that Ms. Masebo could brazenly lie in Parliament on the status of the drugs in the country by claiming that hospitals were adequately stocked with all essential medicines. Madam Speaker, if you refer to my debate on that particular day, at no time did I make any statement to the effect that hospitals had all the essential drugs. And also, Madam Speaker, I did not at any time realize that the Speaker had actually curtailed the debate because the question that was on the floor had been adequately answered, except when there were other questions that were coming which had nothing to do with the question that was on the floor, and I thought I was only helping members to try and give them extra information when they started asking questions which were not related to the actual question. Madam Speaker, this statement, as it has been portrayed in the newspaper, really has a potential to make me look like I'm a member of parliament, a minister for that matter, who comes to this house to deliberately mislead you, Madam Speaker, and the Zambian people. I rise on your serious ruling on this matter, which borders on Sambo's integrity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for that point of order.
I can lie there. I'll lay it on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Now, in terms of our standing orders, a point of order must be raised in relation to a breach which occurs on the floor of the House, which immediately occurs on the floor of the House. If the breach is in relation to something that has happened outside the House, the options that are open to a member that wants to raise a point of order is to write a letter of complaint to the Speaker's office, and then it will be attended to. So in that case, then I will advise the Honorable Minister to put in a complaint letter to my office so that we can address that issue. But maybe by way of guidance, without preempting that complaint, honorable members, when we come here to debate, let's not preempt the debate by issuing statements to press, making press statements, because that defeats the whole purpose why we are here. The idea is not to go and mislead the people. I curtailed the debate because I thought maybe it was important for the minister to find out the status quo on the ground, whether or not insulin was there. It was not to show that she was not doing her work. So, honorable members, please, as we do press statements, let's be careful on what we are saying because it has a negative impact on the work of the House, and also it tends to mislead the members of the public, and also it's not good to demean ourselves in the face of the ordinary members of the public that we come here, we are not doing our work. So that is not good. It's not good conduct. Of course, maybe the honorable member for Lunte has got an explanation. So when that letter of complaint is written, submitted, then the member of Parliament for Lunte will be given an opportunity to be heard, and then after that we'll make a decision on whether or not the honorable member was in order to issue that press statement. That's my guidance on that matter. Thank you. So, the Honorable Member for Chairman North may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that despite vast arable land and the favorable weather conditions, as a country, we have not fully exploited the agricultural sector so that it can significantly contribute to gross domestic product and also increase household income in order to eradicate poverty due to a number of factors. And some of these are as follows. Use of outdated methods of farming for a long time now, lack of accessibility to capital, lack of accessibility to recreative market, especially for our small-scale farmers, poor feeder roads, especially in rural areas, and lack of electricity. Madam Speaker, we had several ministers of finance giving very good, nice budget speeches talking about diversification from the time of Venkebi Msokotwanes, the Gibson Chigagas, the Ronald Penzas, but we can't be doing the same things and expect different results. So we must take radical measures if the agriculture sector has to be exploited fully so that Zambia becomes a food basket. Madam Speaker, I have noticed that although the 2023 budget on agriculture has increased from 7.3 billion to 11.3 billion, there has been a notable reduction for some programs which are key in increasing agriculture production and productivity, such as agri-business development and marketing, national food reserve management. In agri-business development, in the 2022 budget, 67 million kwacha was allocated, but in 2023, only 12 million has been allocated. National food reserve management, we had 1 billion in the 2022 national budget, but in 2023, only 686 million has been allocated as compared to management and support services, which the minister has allocated more than 530 million kwacha, and mostly this is allowances to officers. So in such situation, it's quite very difficult for us to improve the agriculture sector. Madam Speaker, the Farmer Input Support Program, we have spent huge sums of money every financial year, but the evidence is there that FISIP has failed to reduce poverty, and the majority of our people have continued to use outdated methods of farming, and they have remained poor because of some of the reasons I've already outlined. So I think since the government has now secured market to the European Union, United Arab Emirates, etc., etc., I think it is important that we must create a vehicle so that small-scale farmers in Chama, Kaputa can have a vehicle to also access this lucrative market. That's the only way we are going to fight poverty in rural areas. Energy, Madam Speaker, an efficient and robust energy sector is key to Zambia's industrial revolution. It is unfortunate that we have not fully exploited this particular sector, despite Zambia sitting on more than 40% water bodies in Southern Africa. We must take advantage of increasing demand of power in the Southern African power pool countries. I'm happy, however, Madam Speaker, that in the 2023 budget, the minister has allocated almost doubled the amount from 2022 from 362 million kwacha to 743 million kwacha.
Order, Honorable Member, there is a point of order, but I know what the point of order is. Honorable Member for Chairman North, you are not supposed to be reading your debate. You can refer to the notes, but definitely not to read. I'm sure that is what the Honorable Member wanted to raise.
Thank you for that guidance, Madam Speaker. I was talking about the energy sector. I was saying that it is good that the minister has doubled the allocation to the Rural Electrification Authority from 362 to 743. And I hope that the Rural Electrification Authority is going to implement the master plan. And I'm looking at a situation where my constituents, because Chairman North has not benefited from the Rural Electrification Fund since inception. because out of 13 wards, only one ward has got electricity. Madam Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to thank the former management at ZESCO, Mr. Victor Mundende. I think today ZESCO has posted more than 1,000 surplus energy in terms of megawatts. I think that is not a mean achievement. It is important that we must give credit where it is due. And I want also to thank the current management by Mr. Victor Mapani. I think he has continued on the same platform. I'm happy that the current management has managed to reduce the outstanding backlog. I think that is the way to go. The government must continue to invest in power generation, because the private sector may not come on board, and I've not seen any corresponding investment in the current budget in terms of developing of hydropower stations. I was expecting that some money was going to be set aside in this budget to develop the Batoka Goji power project, the Luapula 600 megawatts power project, because we are saying we are going to develop our mines to produce 3 million metric tons of copper. But in this situation where we don't have corresponding investment, I think that is a tall order. In conclusion, the working class where I come from, the workers of this country have continued to sacrifice. During independence, they fought against the colonialism. During the one-party state, they fought against the one-party state. During the Hibi completion point, the workers of this country continue to sacrifice. But at the end of the day, they are given a raw deal. I do recognize that the ministers provided from 4,500 to 4,800 tax-exempt threshold. I think the workers of this country needs a breather. In the 2022 budget, the workers of this country contributed 17 billion to the national treasury, which was the highest contribution beating company tax. In 2023, they are contributing 19 billion. So I think it is important that the workers need to be rewarded. So because of the high cost of living, despite inflation has gone to 1 digit, but we can still see that the cost of living has continued to escalate. So it is my prayer that under the new Dawn government, we want to see to it that the workers of this country can also benefit from their sweat, because there's no way they can continue to sacrifice from independence. Before independence, workers of this country have continued to sacrifice. And I think it is important that in the 2024 budget, I want to see to it that the workers of this country are able to be rewarded by increasing the tax-exempt threshold, so that at least they are able to benefit from their sweat. So with these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I say I support this budget speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed, Honorable Member for Mukushi South, you have a point of order. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rarely stand on point of orders. I'm just concerned that the House is actually sitting illegally. We have no quorum.
We have other members who have joined us on Zoom, so we still have a quorum. The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to debate the motion which is on the floor of this House of the budget for 2023. Madam Speaker, before I proceed, I want to thank the Minister of Finance for releasing the 33 million to pay the arrears of workers for the people who have been working without salaries for Tazala for quite some time now. And this is what we have been looking for, and this is the way it's supposed to be, Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this House to page 10 of the budget. Madam Speaker, the budget, page 10 indicates pure the problems that the New Dawn government found when we took over government. Madam Speaker, we found out that the issue of debt and sustainability was actually one of the major problems that UPND government
actually found when they took over. Madam, this came about because of poor or unreasonable way the borrowing system or the borrowing was done by the previous government. We want to believe, Madam Speaker, according to what is written or indicated in the speech of the Minister of Finance, we shall proceed at a reasonable rate since there's an intention or the talks have already started of restructuring the same debts. Madam Speaker, these debts, as per norm, we were supposed to ensure that the debt that we contract or we contracted during the previous regime were put to good use. But to date, Madam, there's nothing that one can point at. There's nothing that one can point at because of the reckless way the whole thing was done. Madam Speaker, the issue of exchange rate. This was a runaway exchange rate, Madam Speaker, but we are happy that now, under the new Dawn government, we have managed to stabilize our exchange rate. Our exchange rate, Madam, entails that at the current obtaining situation, we are able now to attract investors because from just that alone, people will be able to determine what is happening tomorrow in the next few days, and this is what was not actually the case before. Madam, the issue of inflation rate. Inflation, Madam Speaker, continued to increase during the time of our colleagues. But we are happy that now, under the new Dawn government, this issue has been brought to normas. We are able now to know that at the rate we are going and proceeding at the same rate, Madam Speaker, we will be able actually to get all in a normal and controlled circumstances. Further, Madam Speaker, the issue of social cash transfer or social cash services, social services, the people of this country now, Madam Speaker, are able to get some of the services which we never expected or which we never got during the previous regime. Why are we doing this? Why are we saying we are able to do that, Madam Speaker? The issue of the economy has purely now stabilized, though we have not managed yet to get to the capacity where we can say we are now comfortable with it. But we can proudly say the issue of exchange rate, the issue of debt, inflation, and social services, Madam Speaker, are getting to the level where one can say we are actually getting to where we want. Despite all these things, Madam Speaker, despite achieving them or meeting them halfway, there's still a challenge of job creation. This issue of job creation, Madam Speaker, affects either both the educated or the uneducated. And this is one challenge that, Madam Speaker, the new Dawn government ought to put a lot of emphasis or hustle so that we are able to attend to colleagues who are educated and who are not educated, so that together we can have something that we can talk about at the end of the day. Still, Madam, on those who are employed, the Minister has put it very clear that there's still a challenge in terms of what is earned. The salaries are still low to a level where one can say we are able to get something that can sustain a family for the month. But, Madam Speaker, we are happy at least that the new Dawn government, looking at the previous budget, which is the budget that we are actually serving under, we are getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Further, Madam Speaker, despite all these efforts that the new Dawn government is making, Madam Speaker, we still have challenges on the issue of roads, hospitals, energy, railway system, and schools. I'm happy that the Minister has clearly indicated that we shall proceed or we shall continue looking at them or repairing them or maintenance. We are going to continue ensuring that these things, Madam, despite...
Order. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day of resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Debate to resume tomorrow. The House. is now adjourned.
Right, business has closed with Namwala, Member of Parliament, contributing to the motion of supply, and this is in respect to policy debate on the 2023 budget that was presented by the Minister of Finance and National Planning on Friday, 30th September 2022.
Time now to look at business that has been considered on the floor of the House starting at 14:30. We did have an announcement by Madam Speaker. She did say that the House will recall that on Tuesday, 4th October 2022, she directed the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Internal Cooperation, or in his absence, Her Honor the Vice President, to render the ministerial statement today on the situation at the Kasumbalesa border post following the strike by truck drivers. The directive was based on the matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shuangandi Parliamentary Constituency, and the ministerial statement was scheduled for today, Thursday, 6 October 2022. Madam Speaker did inform the House that the statement will instead be issued on Tuesday, 11th October 2022.
And after the announcement by Madam Speaker, she gave opportunity to the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock to present a ministerial statement, and the statement was on the status of aquaculture parks, in which the minister did inform the House that Zambia had been Zambia has had a fish deficit, which has been attributed to the decline in capture fisheries over the past 2 decades, and that this has been caused by the increased demand for fish due to increased in human population and high performance for white meat in the country, and that in order to promote aquaculture development, the government had deployed the National Aquaculture Strategy in 2011.
And he did say that to actualize this initiative, the government formulated the Zambia Aquaculture Enterprise Development, which is supported by the Africa Development Bank through a $50 million US facility. And he said the progress has been made in establishing aquaculture parks in 5 areas that have been identified, and these include Mungwi Aquaculture Park, Samfia Aquaculture Park, Kafue Aquaculture Park, Mushindano Aquaculture Park, and lastly, Kasempa Aquaculture Park.
Right, so those are some of the highlights that are contained in the ministerial statement that was presented by the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock. The second statement was presented by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, and this was on water infrastructure to be constructed in rural areas in 2022. And the minister did begin by indicating to the House that the country is still facing a number of challenges in terms of access to clean and safe water, and that according to the Zambia Demographic and Health Survey report, access to improved sources of water stands at 72% of the households, at which 92% are in urban areas and 58% are in rural areas. He did further indicate that the government, through the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation, with support from cooperating partners, is implementing various interventions aimed at improving access to water supply and sanitation services in the country.
And the minister did say that the ministry, together with cooperating partners in the 2022 budget, provided for the construction of 1,350 boreholes and 80 solar-powered small piped water schemes in 10 provinces, and so far procurement of 972 boreholes has been completed, and contractors awarded to various, and then contracts awarded to various contractors.
And further to this, the minister indicated that the government has embarked on the construction of 80 small piped water schemes, and which is under procurement, and that once the 80 small piped water schemes have been constructed, it is anticipated that over 40,000 people will benefit through access to clean and safe water.
So that's just a brief of the ministerial statement that was delivered by the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, that's Honorable Mposha. After that, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order number 76.
And this question came from Kalabo Central Member for Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, which was directed to the Minister of Health, in which he wanted to find out whether government is aware that for about 2 months there has been only one medical doctor in the entire Kalabo district who is unable to cope with work, and in Part B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to deploy additional doctors to the district in order to improve health service delivery and avert loss of life. And the minister did inform the House that the Kalabo district is being serviced by 2 hospitals, and that is Kalabo and Ukwa Mission Hospital, and the district has a total of 5 doctors. And she further went on to inform the House that 4 more doctors have been allocated to Kalabo district, and that translates to 2 each for the 2 health facilities in the district.
And so after consideration of that question for oral answer, there was resumption of debate on the motion of supply that was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane. Currently, members of Parliament are actually debating this particular, motion or budget, and some of the members of Parliament that are debated today include Kawata MP, Mr. Andrew Taengwa. We also had Nyimba MP, Mr. Zulu, was followed by Ms. Chonya of Kafua. We also had Katue MP, that's Mr. Mwabashike Nkulukusa.
All right, and of course, we also had Chitambo Member of Parliament, Mr. Remember Mutale, Chipili Member of Parliament, Mr. Paul Chala, Pongo Member of Parliament, Mr. Gregor Ngowani, and not forgetting Chama North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yota Mutaya Chalo. Like we said, debate has been interrupted when Mr. Herbert Mapani, Namwale Member of Parliament, was making his contribution, and so it's hoped he will continue tomorrow, as he did not exhaust his time and was still on the floor of the House. But time has come to adjourn, and the House has since adjourned until tomorrow. And tomorrow is Friday. The House sits at 9 hours. Right, so with that then we come to the end of the live broadcast, and so the team, on behalf of the entire production team, on content has been Julius Musmali and Claudette Jonga, alongside our sign language interpreters, Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda. So we say bye-bye to you. We'll be with you tomorrow, just about 9 hours.
I need a favor. So almost 300 people still missing.
For the next 5 days, the 3 of us was inseparable.
Johan is like the Incredible Hulk.
This month, we're cooking up a storm. King Katumba spices it up as he sets his sights on the villagers of Ubuntu. Then, secrets and hidden agendas are a melting pot for chaos in Pali. And we join our favorite hostesses who stir up a blend of exciting conversations. Then Sita's marriage ambition leaves everyone a little steamed. And music legends serve up their most exciting memories in music. And the royal clique turns up the heat and fires up the industry. We've got the recipe for the best local entertainment on Zambezi Magic. Channel 162 on DSTV, Channel 5 on GoTV.
Keep watching Parliament Television, a station that brings Parliament closer to you.
On Oyo constituency, we profile one of the most prominent constituencies in the country.
The constituency is facing a lot of challenges, but the major ones are, number one, poor road network, communication network, no financial institutions, no colleges, no electricity, and inadequate infrastructure in both education and health.
bayuthi nabonayika mulandu n'obwalwa nabana mayo bonse nabaponenamu nsunko ubwalwa shena nashibonawula
ekyo ndeko nkomesha ndeko obuyantanshi kuno kwanga obutinjeko kuno okumukushi mukushi is a farm block and then mukushi no turalima ko everything sana so no misevo poor road networks otu challenge tukwete tweshingwana na ena.
In Mukushi, we watch Parliament TV.
Watch Parliament TV, the TV that brings Parliament closer to our community.
Parliament TV kuria,
Keep watching Parliament Television.
Watch Parliament TV, the station that is devoted and dedicated to broadcast live the parliamentary proceedings. Find out how your representatives are representing you in the House. Learn about various issues pertaining to the functions, operations and activities of the Zambian Parliament. Parliament TV, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Tune in to Parliament Television for live parliamentary proceedings, parliamentary committees, and learn more about the operations, functions, and activities of the Zambian Parliament. Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, GoTV channel 100, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you. On Oyo constituency, we profile one of the most prominent constituencies in the country.
The constituency is facing a lot of challenges, but the major ones are, number one, poor road network, communication network, no financial institutions, no colleges, no electricity, and inadequate infrastructure in both education and health.
bayuthi nabo onayika mulandu n'obwalwa na bana mayo bonse n'abaponenamu nsunko ubwalwa shena nashibonaula
ekyo ndeko nkomesha ndeko obuyantanshi kuno kwanga obutinjeko kuno mukushize farm block ande mukushi no turalima ko ifintu sana sono misevo poor road networks ote challenge tukwete to shingwana na ena.
In Mukushi, we watch Parliament TV.
Watch Parliament TV, the TV that brings Parliament closer to our community.
Teva tuetamba Parliament TV kuria, tire chitika.
Keep watching Parliament Television.